Hey everyone. Sorry for starting a bit late today. I had trouble tweeting, believe it or not, as usual. No, Twitter was annoying on me, but I got it. I did it. And I didn't forget to unmute today, which is a great sign. So here's my shitty little sketch of what I'm planning to do today. So someone sent this very cool video to the Discord yesterday night, and I had this idea in my brain for the whole day. I really wanted to make it, so I decided let's just go ahead and do it. Of course, like just an idea from yesterday night, so I didn't have time to like find pictures or anything. It's just like an undeveloped idea that I'll try to develop during the stream. So let me actually let's put in the let's put the browser, and I'll show you the video itself because I think it's good context. So you see this little spider, it's a little spider here. It's not a spider. That is the tail of a snake. Do you see the snake here? Well, this is just its tail, that it moves like a spider. Isn't it incredible? So I figured, what if a creature did this but to humans? Created a very specialized lure that could get humans close to it so it could chomp on them. It rules, it does. Hold on, I think in the replies, yes. There we go. A rare video. Well, that's a very clickbaity title and stuff, and there's a big red circle, but it serves a purpose. Let's see. It's made mostly to catch birds that are going to be looking for. There we go. I'm gonna be looking for spiders. And slow motion and everything. Chomp. The bird got. There they go. Just dumping below into the cliffs. And that's the bird eaten. What a smart spider. It's not a spider, that's a snake. What a smart snake. What if the lure of the monster is the clickbait video? And this is what it looks like. It really doesn't look that much like a spider when you don't see it moving. But the way it moves it is very convincing. Isn't that amazing? So there we go. That is what's been jumping around in my brain the whole day. You might understand why. Digital basilisk. Yes, Sledgehammer, that's exactly the video we showed right before that one. So yes, that's the silly idea that I had, and I want to turn it into a cool creature. I don't know if it's going to be a snake. A snake is cool, and I like that little tip part of the snake that's very specialized in some species, like that lure or rattlesnakes. Also, varicosity, Mr. Gentake, drink drinker, everyone, welcome in. Thank you for following. Ed, I'm trying to catch up on the start of the podcast that I missed. Stop being live for like 20 minutes. 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row. I can do it from time to time. I'll stop being live. You need to catch up, File. Don't worry. Are you gonna make it look exactly like a baby? Or are you gonna make... Yes, it's not gonna look exactly like a baby. It's just gonna look... Like, you see how that spider lure... You see how it doesn't really look like a spider that much. But when you see it in movement from a distance, it does really... A really convincing spider. That's the idea. It's gotta sort of look like a baby and maybe like wail around. Obviously we're gonna see a still photo, so we won't see the wail, the moving around. So sort of like a baby, obviously like full sized, and And that's not something we're going to be able to do on Photoshop, but maybe if I feel very inspired, I'll try to do it in Audacity or something. Trying to do the sound that the lure would make, because it should have a sound, right? Like a fake baby whale, but like, you know, like screechy. I don't know. I have this idea in my head. I don't know if I'll be able to execute it, because sound is definitely not my thing, but it could be fun to experiment with that. But the idea is that it uses a whaling baby to lure humans. Because I was thinking, like, what could attract a human in the middle of nature? What could make a human like go out of their way to find something? We're not out there looking for food. The most convincing thing would be another human in danger, and I felt like it's gotta be a baby. If you hear a baby cry somewhere in the woods, you're gonna go like, oh god, someone abandoned a baby, and you're gonna go check that out, right? But that's a trap. That's where it gets you. The little rattles and sounds like the crying. Yeah, I don't know if... So, okay, I have two different concepts here. One is a snake, so something a bit more active, as in it's trying to lure you and then just chomp on you. The other idea I had is a plant. There's a lot of great plant lures in nature. Obviously plants don't need like your meat, they need like your nitrates and stuff like that. But I'm feeling like a plant, like a very jungly plant in the Amazon with like very big leaves covered in sticky substance, and in the middle there's like this baby-like thing, and there's a cone, kind of like a little trumpet, where when air passes through it, it passively makes this baby wailing noise. So that's the two ideas I have. More of a plant-like thing and more of an animal that could be a snake, but I'm not married to that idea. We could go with many different things. Anything that could produce a lure that could potentially look like a baby would be fair game, I think. Puppy lure, yes, puppy lure would also be a good option to attract humans. I can't believe he's making another baby edit. The baby series. That's true. I'm making so many baby edits. I don't know why. A whaling baby will also attract deer. Well, then that's an extra prey. So yes, either plant-like or scaly and like a snake. Obviously, I wouldn't make it as plainly visible. There's just this shitty little sketch, and it'll depend on the picture we find. But I'm feeling like, I don't know, imagine just like that snake when it catches the bird. There's like this rocky surface, and among the rocks there's like a little cave or hole in it, and there's where we would see the snake or whatever creature just hide. Like, hey, I get you. And then we wouldn't see the coil mostly, it would just be like the tail, and there would be the baby. Well, let's just make a circle and put baby on it, because I don't know how to draw. So either that or in the forest. It's gonna be like a very covered area, right? Because that's where you typically make a sort of these lure traps. Kind of insect with a thorax that looks like a baby. Beats its wing to make a baby. A whaling nose. That's good as well. It's kind of barnacle. It's a lot of barnacle stuff lately. What's the deal with barnacles suddenly? Did people just discover barnacles? I love barnacles. They're very tasty. I don't know if they're eaten anywhere else. I know they're not eaten in France, but in Spain they're very popular. They're very good seafood. Eat barnacles someday if you can. sketch it out for you. The middle character is us. Exactly. That's a great sketch. I love it. Humans also react to fire in the woods, but they would probably react away. They wouldn't go towards the fire. Like, they wouldn't try to get close to it. And the idea is to try to get the human as close as possible to the lure. Barnacle tweet made people discover barnacles recently. Oh, so it was that tweet. I did see one with like a barnacle moving and spreading its little tentacles. Didn't know barnacles were eatable. They were seeing that here in Sweden. They are, they very much are. And they're quite good. People risk their lives to get barnacles here. Like they only grow in like very dangerous areas and like the bottom of cliffs. So people will literally like rappel down cliffs or dive to them, and like imagine the waves like literally hitting you as you get these barnacles. It's very dangerous. A lot of people have died trying to get barnacles, sometimes illegally. Big cone snail, that's good as well. Okay, so I think we should start by building our lure, and what I want to have is like a base baby, let's say, that will be covering in other textures. We barely see the base baby. It'll be like a more of a guide thing, and maybe we'll use some textures from it, but I don't want it to look like a full-on baby with a visible face and stuff. Maybe the face is just like a big wailing mouth and something like two spots that look like eyes. That's as much as it's going to be, I think. Will they just grow on the side of your boats? I mean, those would be the ones you get first, right? Cartoons taught me that. Yes, barnacles grow on usually in the areas where the waves hit in the bottom of cliffs. Little arms, yeah, possibly little arms, kind of like wailing around, but like very simplified. It's just gonna look like the silhouette of a baby, let's say. So let's jump into browser. Here we got our inspiration again. So good. Oh, you can see, if you missed it at the beginning of the stream, this is what we're imitating, right? This snake uses a spider lure, well, a spider looking lure to lure birds in and get them. So we're gonna be doing that, but for babies, for humans. So they use a wailing baby to lure us in. Okay, let's just go to Unsplash. There's like a million baby pictures. I would know because I did a baby thing recently. Hold on, I'll show you here. Oh, there's a bunch of them here. I forgot there were so many. Here. Did this baby with bat wings recently. So, remember there were a million. Let's see if we can find one crying. Teach me a word in Spanish. A lure would be... hold on. Yeah, we'd use the word cebo, which is like... I don't know how to say in English. It's like the worm you put on your fishing rod. Oops, I hit a button to teach me in Spanish. Well, now it is redeemed. Okay, let's see. See, I kind of like something like that for the face. Well, I was imagining more of the baby, the face pointing up, you know? Kind of like this baby, but distressed instead of just sleeping. But this could be with another face, that could be a nice base picture. To be honest, we're not gonna really imitate the face that much. We just need something sort of baby-like, and we'll kind of run from there. Because we'll be basically not using any of this original baby. We'll be covering it in scales and other textures to simplify it into just that lure. Eight, yes. A blanket, a sticky skin that traps humans. I feel like that would work better for plant-like version of this, if we end up going for that. The animal one just wants you to get close to lunge at you, so it doesn't really need you to stick to it, because it can just like prepare and when you're closer attack, when you're in range for its lunge. Here we have a very, oh, I guess it's very yawning, but hey, here's the one we used for the bat baby. That's so many baby pictures. People love those, don't they? Chat, what's your opinion on babies? Love them, hate them? Like there's a lot of, it's a very divisive thing. Snapping turtles with their worm tongue. Well, I don't think I've seen that. Oh, I've seen snapping turtles, but I didn't know they have a, didn't know they had a worm tongue. This one's not bad. We don't have the legs or anything, but I don't think we need them technically. I'm most concerned about keeping like the silhouette of the baby, and that's why I'm using a picture base, because I could just do it from scratch, but it would just be harder to keep the proportions. I am taking a few options because that way I can use, depending on the background, we could use different ones. So it's good to have like a couple options. I don't trust people that say babies are cute. See, we have we have people in chat that love them and that hate them. They stare too much and are way too loud. Kinda scared of babies. Keep getting worried I'll hurt them. See, divisive topic. So many baby pictures. Like maybe Faya, maybe this is why we've done so many baby pictures. It's because they're just so easy to find. There's like a trillion. See, just simply search in this one site that we've checked out, 7.8K. That's a lot of baby pictures. We got a lot to choose from. I specifically look for baby cry. Oh, this one's good. So many sad babies. Okay, I think this one is probably my favorite. Because there's a lot more movement than the other ones. Like this one is nice, but we don't see like the movement that this lure would have had. You've seen the frogs that make screaming noises. Some of them legit sound like baby cries. I don't think I have. What are you gonna morph the baby into? So it is gonna be... Hold on. Take the spider out. It is not a spider. it is a tale of this snake here. It uses this to lure birds. So that's what we're doing. We're doing basically what if something used a lure much like this one to lure humans, and what would they do? Which would be, what I imagine is they would use like a fake baby crying and try to attract you with that. Kind of like you hear a baby in distress and you see a baby in the distance just like abandoned with no one around them. You'll go check it out, right? And that's when the big snake gets ya. It's going well, Freddy. If you guys missed it yesterday, I did a whole stream with Trevor Henderson. It's the first episode of my new little podcast thing called House of Horrors, and every episode, every couple of weeks on Sundays, I'll be bringing a new horror artist, and we're going to be chatting about their work and all sorts of things. First episode was great. I did this little edit for it. You can see how I made it in the episode itself. It's like a little montage. The baby crawl around back and forth like a spider. Oh god. It's so uncomfortable looking at that snake lure. True, true. Screaming frog. Oh, we're... Hold on. Let me pause the music. I want to hear the screaming frog. We're all gonna hear the screaming frog. Oh god. The ultimate battle. Cat against frog. That's me when a stranger touches me.
Ik vind het wel zielig.
Oh, poor little frog.
Ze kunnen echt gillen.
Here we go. Cute little frog. That frog is not keen. Lord Luxor, Talkative Jim, all knew it, thanking us for the follows. Welcome in. Oh, we just reached 2,000 follows, and it was out of stream because it might have been during yesterday's stream, but I didn't notice. In any case, I think it was out of stream. So yeah, it's 2,000 follows. It's the goal I had set up for the time being. So right now we have no goal. Oh, save reminder, thank you. There's a Japanese legend about a fake baby yokai. Really? Woman tricks you into carrying it and gets heavier and heavier and screams louder and louder. I love that. Thank you for the follow, let it be. So for now we're just gonna cut the baby out of the picture. We're gonna smooth that out because that's quite a bad edge. I guess I should update Photoshop because they do have a new algorithm for this AI selection tool. There's a few new things, but I'm always afraid of updating Photoshop because it breaks very easily. Like sometimes updates break more things than they fix. Also my key bindings. Key bindings have changed. Didn't touch anything. See, that is Photoshop for you. You'll just change your key bindings. Out of the blue. Yeah, yokai are very fun. Some great legends. Japan is great in terms of like monsters, spirits, just legends in general. Even down to the modern stuff and urban legends. It's great. I recommend Mob Psycho if you guys haven't seen it. It's a manga and anime. The anime is great. I just watched the anime, and it takes place in a world where all the spirits and the paranormal are real, and you got a lot of references to these weird little local legends from different places in Japan, and it's great. It's a very funny show too. Hey, do you think this picture, which includes baby feet, is technically against Twitch TOS? Please don't tell Twitch I'm streaming this. If you guys didn't know, feet aren't allowed on Twitch, which is a strange rule, but it does make sense because it keeps away all the foot fetishists. So yes, please don't tell Twitch. Offensive Bias and Dark Pumpkin, thank you guys. Welcome in. Oh, this key binding thing is annoying. They changed the key binding I had for changing the size of my brush, like basically like the plus and minus. See, and now it like changes my brush tip directly, which is not what I asked for. So I wonder if it's one of those problems where you just have to close Photoshop and reopen it. Did we try that? Let's see if Photoshop gets fixed just by closing and opening. Let's look at a spider lure as we do. Hold on, closing and reopening. We can't ask Ed to show feet anymore. Will they allow normal NSFW? Not straight up, like they just... They have like very strange rules. Like you can only show scant clothing if it's in like a pool or a beach or a place where it's socially acceptable. So people have at some point, I don't know if they're still doing it, they took to basically putting a kiddie pool in their rooms and just do pool streams, they call them. So it's like a technically within the rules, right? Because you are in a pool. So I could wear like bikinis or stuff like that. Like just, I don't know, strange ways to get around the rules. I think that's as much as is permitted currently. Have you ever heard of horror artist Jordan Persigati? It's more traditional artist than Photoshop. I don't think I have. I'm very bad at names, so let me just copy paste that on Google. No, I don't recognize it. It's cool though. Okay, we don't need, like, I'm doing my usual shtick of cutting the picture, but I'm realizing that we don't really need that, because this baby is just like the base of sorts. Like, it's just gonna be turned into some sort of weird baby-like lure. So I think we need we need to get super detailed with the cuts. Now we need to find a cool background. I'm feeling like some rocky place with caves where we can hide our creature. Kind of like, again, kind of like that spider, that not spider, that snake. You know, it's hiding in a little cave here. I think that would be cool. You do art, you're fucked. No nude figure studies. Nips are banned. Yes, nothing can be sexually suggestive. But gore is fine. Yeah. They banned a few photographers that didn't do, like, they didn't even do anything with nudity. It was just like choice of clothing, and they banned them for that. So it's a whole thing. It's kind of arbitrary and stupid. Okay, so it needs sort of a surface where we can put the baby lure. It would need to be a place where humans go. I feel like, sure, we could do a city or something, but I don't think that's really where giant snake could hang out. I feel like either the forest or some cliffs or something. I literally can't take my shirt off. No, shirtless. If you're a man, you can be shirtless. I've seen many people, guys, stream shirtless, and that's possible. What was the that's when Tumblr banned, I think that the wording was female presenting nipples. That was the specific wording. Well, that is exactly the same rule here. Same rule applies. Champion Delphox, thank you for the follow. Sewers might be good, yeah. This picture's not bad. It's kind of in the middle of the water though. I mean, the baby could be popping out from the water, but that would give us less opportunity to show that the baby is just a lure. Because if it's just popping from the water, you wouldn't necessarily see it's connected to a whole tail. Just wanted to say I've been following you on Twitter for a while and your work is phenomenal. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. An alleyway hidden under trash bags. It's good as well. The problem is they showed all these cool caves in cliffs like this, but they only show them from the inside. Like, we want to see the opposite view of that, ideally. Okay, let's try for a forest. It's a bit cliche, but or even a jungle. I feel like this would be a jungle creature, right? Jungle has a lot of biodiversity. Could probably be caught like catching loggers in the Amazon or something. Desert environments, that would be good. We need to camouflage against it though. I feel like jungle might be our best bet in terms of camouflage. It's really easy to camouflage something here. the middle of a path like this would be fun as well. Like, it would be an ideal place to just drop a lure like this. But this is where people go already. So something like that. Like something like this. It's kind of like Ambush Hunter. It doesn't really need to be in super saturated places because it doesn't need to eat that often. So it would probably be fine like picking off the stragglers, the people that get too far off the path. Feel like 15 to 50 minutes. Okay, Sarah, see you later. Ooh, I like this kind of dark scene. It's pretty cool. Put the baby on the floor here. I wonder what people might be thinking if they just joined right now and then see me talking about putting babies on the floor in the middle of a forest. I swear it makes sense, don't worry. This one's good. It's not a real baby guys, don't worry. Does Twitch seriously censor? I mean, they don't then censor in the way that they'll ban your stream if you do that kind of thing. I mean, there might be a strike system where they'll give you some leeway, but they'll eventually ban you. They find out. I mean, there's people literally streaming entire movies, entire copyrighted movies, of course, to stream to Twitch, and they're not caught. Or I guess they evade it well enough. I think any sort of forest path like this one would be nice. And also, sometimes they tell you where the picture is. They just say jungle path. I guess they don't always tell you. Okay, we got a bunch here. Oh, that's a baby. There we go. This one wouldn't really be a good place to place a baby because there's like logs around. Good picture of that. Here we got a path. A path but closer to the ground, which is a cool picture. I don't know if it would fit our specific baby, but I mean it might if we just lean the baby just to give you the comparison here. If we lean the baby against somewhere, some edge or something, it could work. One's quite good, but we'd probably need to... Oh, where is it? Here. We'd probably need to just cut out the lower part of it, and that's like the least interesting part, because we do need the ground to, you know, place the baby lure on. This one is really good. We could just place the baby on the rocks. I think it's either this or this are my two favorites so far. I'm moving them to the front so we don't lose them. Just discard the others. This one's again a path, very similar to the others in terms of challenges. So these two are my favorites. They're kind of dark, especially this one. But Yeah, this one's not as dark. This one's fine. Could be possible to work with them anyway. Okay, here we are with our baby. I was curious, how do you get ideas for your works? Do you research on things or just kind of do whatever pops into your head? I mean, I have a whole idea document, and I have the notes app on my phone. It's just full of ideas. And then I got this little notebook you might have seen me write on. Here I have a bunch of not specific ideas, more like when I have developed the idea, I like plan it and sketch it out in words, not in images, but I kind of like think it through there. But it often, like, I don't know, it's hard to say where the inspiration comes from a lot of the time. This one's very simple. I just saw that video on somebody said it on Discord, and first thought like that popped into my head was like, what if an animal tried to use this strategy, this like luring strategy on humans? And thanks for the save reminder, by the way. Pinsauce and Paraora, thank you guys for the follows. Okay, so for this specific picture, we have a lot of vegetation, but it's at that sort of range where you can't exactly know, like, you don't have a very specific object to tell you what size things are. Like, this could be tiny leaves or just very large ones. This could be a tiny branch or a large one. We can't really know, so that means we can get away with a lot more. In the shape of PS5. That would lure some people in, I bet. No, but I guess ideas like, yeah, money or PS5s or that kind of thing, they wouldn't really work on a realistic animal, because animals need hundreds of thousands of years to evolve something new. So this would have probably been catching humans for millennia in like some deep part of the world with not a lot of contact with us, so we wouldn't know until now. But it might have been like trying to lure people in the Amazon for thousands of years. Okay, thing with this picture is like very dark, and it clearly has some kind of green filter. So we could first start with find the colors. I don't know if that does a lot. Kind of like this to start from though. And we can remove some of the green. And a bit of the blue. To hopefully get something a bit more natural, or slightly less filtered looking. Disappearance is based on conventional animals or crime, exactly. Like somebody, or in this case it would be like people getting lost in the forest or in the jungle. So people would assume it's just any other predator or any other danger of the jungle, right? Like they just got lost. Okay, so we got our baby, we got our background. I think this could be the right one. I feel like the baby lure would be placed here on top on a easily visible place. And then we'd need a snake that kind of blends into this rocky terrain. So let's look for a snake now. I think those 3 images should get us pretty much all the way there. Okay. So jungle, let's look for snake. Let's see what kind of snakes we can find. I like this sort of this type of snake with patterns and kind of muted brown colors would work well. Though these are cool too, if we change the colors of course, because they're very vibrant and they need to be not vibrant. And I kind of like the head shape on this one. It was like really... Somebody put shadows on there and really overdid it. Oh look, this one could be great to use as textures on the baby lure. Because obviously this lure would be made of scales, just like the rest of the snake. Look at this. Albino. So cool. Oh, this one's very cool. The angle doesn't match for us, which is unfortunate. Would the snake be a constrictor type? Maybe venomous type? I'd say venomous. Look at that. Beautiful beast. I'd say if you're an ambush predator like that, venom is probably your best strategy. I like this one a lot. And this one as well. I mean, this one looks dangerous as hell. I like the spiky scales as well. This one would be for just for the face though. The rest is blurry. But obviously this snake would be like looking at you, looking at the photographer of this picture, right? Because they're waiting for the photographer to fall into the trap. So it would probably be lurking, kind of like hidden between the rock, among the rocks, and looking directly at the camera. Hey Samu. So I think this one could work well. But let's find stuff for the body. Oh, here we have, this is just like a stretched out skin that could work well as textures for the lure. Let's see, now for the rest of the body. I don't know exactly... Where's our picture? Here. So we definitely need a head looking at us, like maybe between the leaves here, or somewhere between the rocks right here. And then we need like parts of the body. I don't think we need to recreate the whole body, but if we got the head here, we'd need like maybe something that goes up here, goes behind these rocks, and then comes back to the lure. Like it does a whole tour around the place. So we'd need like a part that's seen directly from the front here. This part we could fill up with something seen from the side, and then again one last part looking from the front. Snakes don't have scales, usually as a genetic abnormality. What? What? Oh my god. That is so strange. I love how it has scales here on the bottom. It could lack scales. But then we need like another weird texture to put on it. I'm feeling like it would be much simpler and larger scales to try to imitate skin. Kind of like, again, our inspiration here, which I guess we can see it better in this second video. This is what the spider lure looks like up close. I think these are just big scales, and these are probably just modified scales as well. So it's just made out of scales, basically. This one's really slimy. I like that. I kind of like this one for the face, because the rest is just kind of blurry. But I'll download it. Hey, Rank Squid. Okay, I like this part. Like, really spiky, like the face we chose. I think it might be a similar snake. We have this front-facing part, and this one facing from the side. Could use that one for now. We also got this one, which has a nice side section as well. So we'll also download it. Why not? We got so many pictures open already. Okay, back to the baby lure. Okay, let's import them in here. Got a bunch of pictures. Let's get the face first. Found a really cursed looking scaleless snake. Ooh. Let's see. Oh my god. I love them. Like strange creatures. Scaleless snake. Amazing. How long did this usually take you? It really depends on the image. It can take anywhere from an hour for a really short edit to like 10 hours for long ones. Especially the more you revise after the fact. But without taking revisions into account, I don't know, maybe it can take me, like, just the kind of stuff I do on stream. The one that takes me, like the other day, for example, we did a very long one, and it took us a bit more than 6 hours on stream. But then, of course, out of stream, I had to make some modifications. So at the end, it might have been like 7 or 8. I feel like considering the size of the lure, the snake's head can't be much smaller than that. Obviously you can make a lure that's bigger than your head, but can't be too much smaller. So it's hanging in the back a little bit, so just from perspective, it would be a bit smaller, but there we go.
Speaking of marketing, one of today's greatest marketing
I always forget about changing some.
video games. It's a business which is
There we go. Move that song quickly. There we go. Nice. Oh, and thanks for the same reminder. There it is. That mini heart attack you get when working on a private Google Doc and someone joins, but it's yourself in another tab. That's happened to me, I understand. Also, hey, who here missed yesterday's podcast? I don't want to catch you guys missing it. You guys got the recording in right here in the Twitch VODs. It's very good, so you better watch it. And for those who missed the announcement, next podcasts will be with David Romero on the 26th. And it's gonna be great. We even got a little VTuber thing for David that he made and I animated. So yeah, if you guys want proof of how much commitment David has to anything, he's made a whole VTuber thing for just one stream. And he made it like 2 weeks beforehand. Okay, so this could be our base area. For now I'm just like placing the pictures, I'm not combining any of them yet. We'll get to that. Everything in its due time. Now I want to make this go behind that rock, which is why I'm doing a layer mask. Okay. Let's around a little bit. Now. Okay, nice. Like this, yes, it had a nice part here that we can also use. Don't know where exactly, but I like it. And of course, I'd also like to use as many parts from the same snake as possible, because that'll make everything much easier. Just shitty little cuts to get an idea of where it's gonna go and which parts we need. Okay, I feel like this could be the tail. I need to make it a bit smaller because it's the tail end. But this could come from behind this rock here. Could increase it a little bit if needed. It could come from behind the rock and end in the lure. Like flipped, perhaps? No. Yeah, we'll probably have to continue this a little bit, but that's fine. Okay, so now we have a connection between the baby lure and the snake. God, if you joined us, if you just joined us now, you must be very confused. Don't worry, it's not a real baby. It's just part of the snake. It's using it to confuse you. I sometimes wonder what people might think when they join my stream for the first time with no context of what's going to happen. They just see some assorted pictures of snakes and a baby in the middle. First time I can't love seeing your process. Thank you, Robo. Okay, this could go there. Just continue the same structure. So it's kind of backwards, which is a bit annoying. So maybe it could be flipped. Right? Oh no, actually it was the right way. Yeah, it was flipped the right way. Me being silly. Get some parts that were missed. Go. I'm glad I saw the tweet first. Oh yeah, the tweet will clue you in. That's true. You're stream watching, but I'm glad to admire your artwork. Thank you. I guess I when I started with horror, I expected more people to do this sort of thing. Like, it seems like such a good fit for horror to go with photo manipulation and just compositing, combining pictures like we're doing here. Okay, yeah, I know what has happened. My shortcuts have disappeared. Okay, hopefully this will work. Okay, yeah, my shortcuts are back, thank God. For some reason Photoshop turned them off, but I had a preset saved. So I think that's all the ones I use. Maybe there might be some different ones. Yeah, oh God, it's back. It's back. Phew. Just Photoshop being Photoshop, you guys. Been as a heart attack, just like every couple streams. Hey, welcome back, Sora. Okay, so I'm doing some puppet warp to kind of like fit the curve. I want it to curve around right behind the baby lure, and I go in between the... Oh, that's not very good actually. Maybe we need more points. should allow us to reduce stretching a bit. Or not, I guess. Yeah. I usually don't show the mesh of this because I'm just confused what you're seeing. Should be decent. Oh, there's a stream mosquito. Always trying to get me while I stream, these guys. There's always one flying around, even in the middle of winter. What are you doing here? It's not the season, get away. I think I got it. Might have escaped, I don't know. Me chasing mosquitoes during the stream. That's my brand. I'm very tired. Been our day at work. Oh, spazzing on me. There we go. I'll try and combine these two because this one is kind of blurry. Should do something about the blurry areas. I don't know why what though. There's two options. We blur everything that's in the background, which might make the image a bit simpler. Or we take the blurry parts and we add some clean texture to them to salvage them. Several different possibilities. Okay. Now we need something to connect the body and the head. And might we use this part again? So this is like the clearest one we have. I was thinking you could use pictures of babies with serenomelia. Yeah, that would have been a great idea. Whole like real diseases thing. And at the end, this baby is just a base we're gonna use, but we're gonna cover it in scales and stuff. So. It's not gonna look like a baby. Only slightly. Okay, let's see, Puppet Warp. Collaborate with me. Oh, also, this week we have a gaming stream for the first time in gonna say like 2 or 3 months at least. Might have been more even. I think that the body structure sort of makes sense. Though I'm wondering about the direction of the scales now. The scales obviously go from front to back. But starting here, they kind of switch sides. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. This part is easy enough because you can just flip it horizontally. Turn. A bit more. It's easy enough here, but wondering about this part. Oh, teach me a word in Spanish. A snake is una serpiente. So I don't know if there's an equivalent word in English, like serpentine, maybe. Same root. Obviously, we need to make the snake blend in with the background way more. I don't want to make it blend too much at a point where you don't see what's going on anymore, but it needs to be not visible at first glance. That's the idea. What do you think about serpentine? Or serpentine. Same root as serpiente. Okay, so it gets to the hard part here. The difficult thing today, which is the baby lure. I feel like it should follow the direction of the tail a bit more. Now for confused onlookers, this might look like a baby coming out of a snake's tail. Don't worry guys, it's not gonna be a real baby. It's gonna be a snake baby. I guess a snake's interpretation of what a baby would look like. I wonder if we should use these same scales as a base. I feel like we should use bigger scales though for this part of the snake. Snake, indeed. Bigger scales and probably more toned down, like not as chunky. Like these ones are very textured. Also, I don't know if it might have been on stream because there's a mosquito flying around. I feel like a mosquito has bitten me right in my face, which is the goal to do that. Right under the beard too. Quite annoying. I'm also feeling like this is maybe too thick for a snake's tail. Let me look up some reference. Oh. Scaleless snake will always freak me out. Yeah, it needs to taper down much more. Taper off? I don't know the verb. Yeah. This becomes thin. Need one that's in good focus though. What is this? Chameleon, okay. But like it didn't feel too snake-like. Okay, it's getting mixed up with other things, meaning it doesn't have many more pictures for us. I mean, it really is just a smaller version of the body. Could probably fake it. Suddenly a peacock appears, exactly. Okay. I thought we needed that. Perhaps cut out groups of scales and have patches over a scale snake. It expands into a baby snake, a baby shape. Possibly. They work. I mean, we just use normal skin because using this. A scaleless snake is probably a rare thing that doesn't have too many pictures we could use. Okay, let me remove this from the baby for now. Yeah, we could just do a pretend tail. It's looking seamless, posted already. Can you imagine if I posted this? You know, all the cool artists post their works in progress, and they post like very cool sketches, and they look great because the sketch looks great. My sketches look like shit. They look like this. I can't post a work in progress. It would be terrible. Some googly eyes, yes, true. And can't go without the googly eyes. The whip of Lagosesa? I don't recall if it had a specific whip. Work in progress, I mean. Whole idea reminded me of Ice Cream Lady from the original SpongeBob movie. I'm afraid I've never watched that. Well, I can't catch the reference. does it get too thin too quickly? Maybe it needs to, yeah, start thinner already in this section. Sent you a DM. Oh, yes, that was for Sora's commission. Little. That's an envy flag, and just a single hair, doing spoink there. Very cute. That's how good my sketches are. Gotta add the classic to your movie list. Yeah, that looks better as a tail. Though it can't do the connect with the body. We'd probably need the arms and the legs to look like little scales, or pointy scales or something. Okay, so also the direction of the scales is wrong. I don't know if people will catch that specific error. Yeah, but that error might come back to bite us in the ass. I don't know. But we might need to fix it now because we probably need the direction of the scales to be right for the lure itself, because I'm feeling like the arms and the legs should be like modified scales that just jot out. You have to watch the SpongeBob movie, it's important. Okay, if you guys insist, I'll watch the SpongeBob movie someday. My movie list grows ever larger. Okay, I feel like we could reuse like the same image we have, which is flip it and put it on top like this. Something like that. The Citizen Kane for our era. Except people actually like it. Do you guys remember the outrage / celebration that happened when they added one very old review that was missed for Citizen Kane on Rotten Tomatoes? I think it was Rotten Tomatoes at least. And wrong tool. And it was a bad review or middling review, but the total points went down. And Paddington 2 actually overtook Citizen Kane. So everybody was either complaining or celebrating. It was very funny. Needs more googly eyes. Only someone who looks googly eyes will have googly eyes. Okay, let's see. Is there any part we can use to get these scales? There you go, the googly eyes. Hold on. Should we put them on the snake? Of course. It's 1 and 2. Give it a little. Little perspective here. One order of googly eyes coming right up. You know what we should do? Oh god. Beautiful. Built-in angry brows. You know, my work in progress shots usually look pretty shitty, but once we add googly eyes, everything is fixed. Yeah, that part is kind of tricky. We don't really have a lot of good textures to use. One day I'll just post the googly eyes version of something accidentally. It'll be great. Let's see. Puppet warp this. Please. There we go. Wait, what does it do, the edge thing? Did I merge the googly eyes together? No, I think they're their own layers. And I will not merge them together, just to annoy you. Specifically for you. Oh god, Puppet Warp is being rebellious today. We'll just do regular warp. Puppet Warp does not want to collaborate today. Very annoying of them. Non-destructive googly eyes. That is true. That is true. You're right. But at this point I just do it to annoy you. But fair enough. I merged the googly eyes. Hope you're happy. I want no more complaints. You hear me? There we go. Yes, so okay, now all the sections of the snake have the scales going in the right direction, which is fairly important, I hear. Now merge them to the snake. Never. Resourceful? At the end of the day, you end up working with whatever you can get. And of course, nothing is looking integrated yet. We're just like placing the pictures so far. We'll do the design of the baby, which is the interesting thing in this whole edit. And then we'll start integrating things. I also feel like this part here, there's kind of a, like right behind the baby, there's this kind of disconnect between these two parts. I don't know if I should just move this down a little bit and have them feel like they connect a bit more, or if I should have them like this and then add a little like curve here to make it seem like there's more snake. Now let's just move it down for now. Okay, now we get to the interesting part. Let's see, where's our baby? Here. Let me merge all this, not merge via, don't get excited, just group into tail. And this whole thing will be baby. That way we'll find everything quicker. Now this needs to be flipped, just so we get like the right scales, right direction. And let me see, which is the ones we were gonna use. It was this one's. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I need to turn them around. And ideally just get the bright ones so we don't get any weird color changes in the middle there. Now these are big scales. Maybe a bit too big, to be honest. Organize the layers in named groups. See, then that's not bad. Not that bad. So I feel like these would be good to cover the torso. We'll actually cover the hand area as well, since we'll probably be changing some things around that. I feel like these scales might be too textured though. That's kind of annoying me. Oh, and thanks for the save reminder. Actually, for the face at least, I kind of want to do it like this. This is cool as an inspiration. This, if you didn't see, if you go into the stream later, the whole inspiration for this is this fake spider lure that this snake uses. It is not a spider. It's just this, the tail of that snake. It's kind of moving it around all spider-like to catch birds, and this is what it looks like up close. See it move it around like this. It's mostly just modified scales. Very cute, yes. They're so sharpened. Yeah, they're pretty sharp. Every part of you says spider, but I know it's fake. Yeah, exactly. I like that, it's very fun. So how could we recreate that? I feel like it's simple enough. Like it's quite a flat texture, really. So we could get away with just painting that. We need to paint that. I feel like first we should integrate the snake a little bit. Doesn't need to be perfect. Let's doodle. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Now the colors need to look quite close to the rocks, and I feel like probably a good first approach to do that is literally using colors from the rocks and adding those in a color layer, and that'll get us like a very long way. Don't worry about the googly eyes, they're on the very top. So actually I'm gonna remove the googly eyes for a short time, because I need to check that the eyes are not being affected by the color. I need to just take an eraser and remove this part. I might give him some individual color, but now there's just a little base. Look like the upper part of a pineapple, that's true. Goblin Game Dev, James Oni, thank you guys for the follows. Gradient map. Yes, the gradient map might be in order. So the first thing I'm doing is adding this color layer at a low opacity. Oh, well, pretty high opacity actually. Like 60 to 70. It doesn't entirely remove the color, but it equalizes it quite a bit, so it'll help us. Also, I did some of these selections kind of like quickly, just to sort of place things, but now, oh, if those aren't the consequences to my own actions, now I have to fix them up. Okay, and then for the tail we're gonna do the same thing. Color layer, it's gonna be at about 70%. And I'm doing this right now because if I'm gonna paint at least part of the textures of the baby myself, I need to have the colors of the rest of the body right so that they match, and I don't have to match something that I painted. I prefer to paint the matched version directly, because it's gonna leave less space for error. interesting question would be, how does it move the lure? I guess it would like kind of shake it around to make it look like the baby's like wailing and crying. Okay, let's see. Gradient map. We'll put this gradient map in color, which will allow us to not mess up the whole lighting part of it. And we'll just pick colors. Hold on, we need to do this. I'm just picking different areas from the rocks. Creating this little gradient through them. There's a bit of gray, a bit of green. Okay, trying to make this into some sort of gradients. What else? Something a bit more yellow towards the brights. And now we'll remove it from things like the tongue, at least partially. I want the tongue to kind of be blue, that's fun. Never shake a baby. Pobre bebé. It's not a real baby. See, you fell for it. You fell for the trap. Now the snake will get you. Yes, that's the idea, exactly. To have like a fake baby wailing sound. So the difference between this and this, that introduces more than one color. If you put it all in one color, it doesn't look too realistic. Obviously, I don't want to keep this super high. A little bit of color like that. Let's get our googly eyes back. Add the same gradient map to the tail. I've come to like this baby, so it's real for me. Moral of the stream: never help babies in danger. Oh no, what have I done? This is my fault. I'll be sure to remember next time I see a baby. Good, good. Never forget my lessons. See, if you actually took my art seriously and tried to take lessons from it, some of them might not be that much like that bad of a life lesson. For example, never sign up for a weird experiment you don't know about. Lots of experiments gone wrong in my work. Weird ending. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. They got eaten by a snake. And you might be too, if you're not careful. Also, don't fuck with fractals, exactly. Don't do math if you want to live. Very, very important lesson you can get from my work. Also, like, this one goes out to archaeologists. Can you stop, like, digging up weird things from the earth that are clearly cursed? Like, come on. Have you ever watched any movies? You know what's gonna happen. I actually just noticed that. Have you guys seen that the spots in this part of the tail exactly matches this part? And now it looks fake. While not being fake, because that's just a coincidence, but I'll have to move it. Go back or forth. They don't match anymore. There we go. Think of the mechanics of snake baby crying. Apparently some snakes have a vocal cord and can make shrieks. Others make hisses by expelling air out of their cloaca. Oh no. I hate that. Cloaca hiss. We'll go with the vocal cords one, I think. I'll blur things a little bit. They gotta keep unearthing in ancient curses to keep us on our toes. That is true. Doesn't want anyone else getting those artifacts before he does, exactly. You might think I'm a horror artist, but my real work is actually grave robber. Don't tell anyone, please. I like to steal ancient cursed artifacts, sell them in the black market so they end up in the wrong hands. Love when that happens. You would be scared if a snake started charging at you as well. I sure would. Getting some shadow there. Not a lot to add, but some soft contact shadows. Also just noticed tail. Could have some sort of shadow from the top because this part is going under some foliage, so this part would be partially hidden, which is nice because it hides our transition between different pictures, which is quite a stroke of luck. I have a pet snake. Oh, makes a wheezing nose when he's upset. Love that. The snakes are a bit like cats. They don't like water. I mean, I guess except for like the literal water snakes that exist, but different species. Okay, I feel like the main snake is getting there, like blending into the background. It's still not there, but it'll get there. The important parts. Let me remove the googly eyes again to do some editing here. Darken the whole face a bit. With blending. Googly eyes again. Hold on, since I need to see how well blended it is. Switch the googly eyes off for a minute. Oh, wrong tool there. The lighting in the scene is pretty neutral, pretty straightforward, which helps blend anything quite well. Things tend to blend a bit better in more neutral scenes, more muted colors. I'm curious where this image is going. Yes, I like to confuse people by just putting a baby in the middle of this picture and not explaining what the baby's gonna do. The baby is not actually a baby. It'll be covered up with scales and stuff in a minute. It's just a lure. Fake lure to try to get humans and eat them. Babies. Here's what happens in Josie's Island when you drop baby Mario. Oh no. Baths helps. Snake baths, yeah. Help keep them hydrated. And any stock shed of other stuff. Oh, interesting. Also helps snakes poop. I love that. Learning so many snake facts today. It's amazing. This is Twitch's best educational channel. Here we learn about the wildest things. Okay, I feel like the snake is quite well blended now. The tones match the forest pretty well. have much knowledge of random things. Same here, same here. My brain just absorbs weird random facts. Often instead of the important stuff. Okay, baby time. Or unbaby time. We'll turn this baby into a not baby. First thing I want to do is get some sort of base layer that's going to be like those main scales that form possibly just a torso. Oh, first thing I'll do is desaturate this, because since we're doing a flat texture like that, we could potentially use parts from the actual baby. We're turning the baby into the Hulk. Here's the thing, this is just a base. We'll barely keep anything from this baby, so maybe like skin of the torso and that kind of stuff. Not more than that. Just take this, group it, and this will be our base baby. And we'll get rid of any appendages, because we'll probably be adding those in directly. Now the baby's obviously crying because they have no arms anymore. Like, give those back. Their arms and legs. I just did, yes. I'll also do a little thing I like to do sometimes. Just putting some grain on top of everything, which when we draw things will help blend them together, because they already have that base texture of the grain. You're just torturing the baby. Don't worry, it's not a real baby. Guys, it's not a real baby. You guys, everyone here is falling for the snake slur. Look at the snake, it's so happy that you're falling for it. Works so hard on this baby disguise, look at it. You guys have all fallen for the snake trap. Can't believe that. I thought you guys were smarter than that, come on. Okay, so we're going off again from the inspiration of this weird snake appendage. Hold on. There was a close-up at some point. I love that it says a rare video. I feel like that we cut it. Oh, it's fine. This is what it looks like. Like there's 1 and 2 big scales that kind of form the body of the spider. That's what we're gonna be trying to emulate. You want to pet big snake? See, that's another trap. The snake actually has two lures. The baby, which is for most people. And there's also the just being a snake, which is a great lure too. For people who love snakes in general. Clever danger noodle. It is a snake with a human baby for a lure, exactly. It's precisely what we're doing. Right now we're sort of building the main body. We'll try to make it look like a couple scales or something. Of course we still have to like put them here, light them up, and all that good stuff. So we're sort of just covering the area for now. Would you make the limbs their own individual scales that overlap the body? So I feel like they should be pretty large scales, just like the snake, the real snake, and its spider leg-like limbs that kind of curve. Not limbs, scales. So it would possibly be would possibly be like a more complicated version of that. But something in this vein, right? And maybe like it would be shaking around. So let me actually kind of sketch it out before I do it. That way we'll have a better idea of where we're going. So just before that, I'll remove most of the face, so you guys stop seeing the baby and stop falling for the snake trap. It's getting all of you. This baby has you all fooled. I feel like the face would probably be something like this, right? Like just a simplified baby-like thing. A spider baby, yes. There are some snakes that have a modified scale on the tip of their tail they use to stab things in self-defense. That's very cool. I'm trying to imagine what the snake's baby cry sounds like. Unnaturally long cries in this torrent stone shift. Yes, exactly. That's more or less how we imagined it. So I was imagining it looking like this. So I could make it a bit more like the real arms, like following those shapes at least. And like going down and then curving up. That would be probably a more natural positioning there. And for this one, it would do the same thing, but it's kind of like it's the same scale. Goes down and curves up, but it's twisted, so it's curving in instead. So it would follow the shape. And they would also be thicker, because we need to make them look like humanoid arms instead of spiders. So something like this. Obviously it has very big limitations, right? You can only build this facsimile of a human using scales. So they can only have this shape or something resembling it. So we can't do arms like with fingers. That would be out of the question in terms of scales. I think, at least. I don't think scales can be made that way. Might be wrong. Just like very specialized scales, but we can't. We shouldn't try to go outside of reality that much. Like, if we just snapshot this is an extremely funny picture, to be honest. What is going on? Okay, I'll also try to make the legs in a similar fashion. So it would be kind of like a bent, another bent scale like this. That would be like turned up in this case. Like it would kind of be looking towards us. The bend there. And this one would be the same but turned in. So the fake limbs would be these curved scales. Like so. That kind of look like bent limbs, and when you shake them around it would look like a baby that's flailing. Instead of being like just straight like this, which could look like flailing, but it's not as good. Also my camera is like all the way over there. Not great at camera positioning. Can't improvise it, like just put it wherever. As long as it sort of works, we're good. It should be better, yeah. So that could be for the limbs. And keep the limbs sketches in a separate layer. My scales look like hands. Okay. Did I ask about you, Faya? Come on, making it all about you. I mean, the idea is that it looks like a baby at a distance, and it wails like a baby. So you would probably think that it's like an abandoned baby or something. And sure, the colors were wrong, but I mean, we're gonna change the colors. I feel like we're not gonna make it green. We'll give it a bit of a pink tone, because snakes can obviously modify the color of their scales. Not like life, like different snakes can have different colors in their bodies. So it doesn't have to be this green. For now we're just kind of using that as a base. Oh, forgot this. Acknowledge me and my scales. You should see a dermatologist. Oh, yeah. Baltimore baby. Valdevia. So the idea, again, is trying to make this look like it's made out of scales. There's gonna be a few big ones like this, but then there could be like smaller ones that cover different areas. And I guess we'll have to just draw individual scales or use textures in smart ways, I hope. Hold on, this doesn't match. Hope you guys like my bad sketching. I get the original here. See what's going on in the page, since that's where we're gonna be using the original for mostly, just as like reference. I think I may need to move this limb far away. Yeah, might be better. Toe legs. Thank you for the follow. Also, I think I missed a few follows possibly. Sleepyhead, Big Scoots, Wizen Wicker. If I didn't thank you, thank you. And if I did, I'll thank you again. snake maybe perceives sound differently than humans. Snake probably tries different pitches and tones and cries to attract humans. And settling chorus of cries. Because at some point it would have the right tone pretty figured out. Okay, and then for the face... Like there could be like a little ring of smaller scales that create the neck. And then a few big ones. And the idea I have that they would create a fake wailing mouth. If that makes sense. Like the scales would miss exactly this area here. Making it resemble screaming mouth. Obviously it serves no purpose, it's just what it looks like. Maybe it is a scale. Like a shorter scale like this, that's just a different tone, different color. Yeah, just my good. Thank you, exactly that. The northern pine snake has a modified glottis which enables it to deliver an unusual defensive hiss. Interesting, northern pine snake. Yeah, I could check that out. I'll have it on a... Have it on a different tab and I'll check it out later. I try to make that sound. I don't know if I'll be able to, but... I could try. Like overlaying that and some baby cries and that stuff. Baby shape, slow complex. It is. I should try to make it out of scales like this. I think I still want to capture some of the 3D shape of the baby. Like maybe I want the nose to really sort of work. This. And it could have like 2 more darkened scales here to make the eyes, or like the shape of the eyes. They don't need to be like super dark, but something a bit darker to feel like eyes a little bit. And then we could get like 2 more big ones to finish the skull. Something like this. Now if we remove the base baby, this is kind of baby shaped, right? I don't know if this would trick me into thinking it's a baby, but we're just making up stories, so don't know much about studio engineering. I mean, yeah, I don't know much either, but it's one of those things I'd like to try, because I do want to make some video stuff, like from time to time. It's very simple video stuff, but using my images and the stories in general and kind of explaining them in video and having some kind of little bit of audio skill to make some ambient sounds for that would be nice. You could also do little ears. Although that may be too detailed, right? Like this snake is too good at imitating humans. Definitely baby shaped. Aaron, we're on the right path. Now we're just gonna have to fill up all these shapes. There are terrible textures. Okay, for now I kind of leave the limbs out of it. And just draw whatever's behind them. So yeah, mostly just the face and the body. Yeah, I recently did a little video thing with the collar well story. So it would be that kind of thing. Okay, what if we now try and use either some of the textures we have or better close-ups of scales to do that, because and this one is good, but I'm afraid on close-up it might not be good enough. It's quite good. Might be good for smaller scales. This is another one we considered for the face. We didn't use it. Same thing here. We didn't use it. Squishy Doodle, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we got our fake baby lure. It's looking like something now. It's starting to look... things are starting to come together. How much have we been going on for? 2 hours 25 minutes. It's not bad. Okay, let me see if I can find some better scale textures. See, this is like great inspiration, really. I don't have much, but I'm just gonna copy it and paste it on our document. So we just have it there. Just pasted it on the document, it'll be right behind when we reveal it. Okay, let's try and find scales. Okay, we got a good close-up here. They're very textured, which I don't love. Oh, look at this one. If the picture is large, yeah, 5,000 pixels, that's more than large enough. Download it. We see faces in everything, so we could be tricked. Quite possibly, yeah. Also, we need to change the colors, so once we put more human colors, it might help with that. Oh, beautiful. Okay, here we are. We got our little inspo thing here. Oof, that is large. Yes, I think that'll do quite nicely. Okay, what if we put them like this? We don't have like a lot of space for them. We'll just use them one by one, I think. We'll kind of take top of the googly eyes. There we go. I think we could just take cool scales and start adding them. Like this part here could probably be mostly drawn, but this part would more than likely would need a bunch of these. Some snake sheds we use in printmaking. Interesting. That's very cool. See, this picture is bigger, but I like these scales more because they have a bit more light to them, a bit more texture. You can see the three-dimensionality of them. So kind of cut it close like this. Put it right behind our baby. Behind, here we go. Now let's see, what if we do a color that's not exactly the one in the human, because that's what we have here, but something that is, look, like this little pink or pinker part of the snake. Possibly work. Like, that'll make for a more convincing baby, right? So now we have this on luminosity, which means we can forget a bit more about the colors. I wonder where this is kind of blue. Weird. Must be some layer affecting it. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. It's just because the base layer here is pure whites, so whatever color you add won't be applied because it's pure whites. We just gotta paint over it. That's fine. Okay, now in terms of scales, I do want to pick the lighter ones since they'll probably work better for our purposes. So let's try this one maybe. And just put it here. Turn the sketch way down, so we actually see what we're doing. So this would be mostly an entire scale there, which we can now modify a bit so it matches our sketch better. It's a bit longer and covers that area. when you'd remove the sketch and you see the actual crying baby behind it. What a moment. Okay, that's quite nice. Actually, since we're not following the mostly not following the original baby anymore, just want to reorder layers and make them a bit easier to work with. It's gonna be a bit of a mess if we don't take care of it soon. Let's take everything that's outside. Baby mask. Move it. There we go. And we'll have to fix up the mask as well, but that I hope should help us. Okay, now. Probably work with this more comfortably. Oh, and thanks for the save reminder. Thank you, team. Tim, so many reminders today. Rare footage of Mark Zuckerberg being born. Oh, you know what's sad? Now we don't have that that effect we had at first of people jumping into the stream and not knowing why the hell there was a baby in the middle of this snake picture. We can't trick people anymore. And you guys know how much I love to trick people. Just getting up to no good. Classic tomfoolery. That's what we do here. A little irredeemable ne'er-do-well. Okay. I think we can cover that area like this, just copying the scale and moving it around as needed. Okay, a little bit of clone stamp to bring everything together. Let me put it all together. Merge. Every time you zoom out in those googly eyes pop out, we love them. This makes the whole picture better, doesn't it? Let me actually have this somewhere a bit closer. Scales are made of keratin. Same stuff as in nail and hair. Love that. You know, just like horns. you think about it, horns are just really big nails. Okay. One scale. We're doing good time. No, it'll be better for the other ones. These are the big ones, so they require a little bit more work. I don't know, considering the sketch, I think this is the sketch, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to cover up the lower area with some... Let's see... some more smaller scales, but for now this will cover a good chunk, so they're quite good. Now I wonder if I put them on luminosity... Okay, maybe luminosity, put them in a group and do some levels. I don't know if I love luminosity. Just takes away so much of the interesting bits. That the texture has, right? All the different color differences and stuff. So I feel like I should change the color of these manually. It like keep the same tones. These. Oh, please. Oh, there we go. Keep the skin tones, but try to avoid some areas like these dark areas here that look quite cool. That plus soft light. For the real snake eyes. This for the newcomers. This is one of the point rewards you can get, is googly eyes. Means that for the remainder of the stream, I'll put some googly eyes somewhere in the frame. They won't appear on the final thing, but they're here for the stream. Yeah, Threaded 99, Brick Surgeon, thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Mr. Baby's tiara. Should we keep that? Imagine like just a snake pretending to be a baby, putting baby clothes on it to help with the illusion. That would be cute. Just kind of moving them around, seeing what works. Okay, so we have a couple scales. So far, so good. Let's bring back the sketch we did. Let's actually put some more opacity into it. If you missed it, here's the sketch we made. And the limbs, there we go. This is what we're trying to emulate. We have some actual baby features here hidden behind. But we've imitated the pose and the perspective of real baby picture, but we're trying to take it upon ourselves. feel like I want to go for tones a bit more like this one. Whereas we'll probably require it to be quite bright below it. Blue dress. I mean, if you wanna catch humans like the snake, you'd probably have to be quite smart. So I bet the snake is a really smart cookie. Okay, I like how these scales came out, to be honest. Let's bring back our scale picture here. Bring our sketches back. And then we're going in here, we're creating bone stamp. We're gonna take another scale that we like. I mean, we could do complicated scales like the one in the face. I think it's not unprecedented. This also has very complicated scales in terms of shape. So we could probably do that for the face. Let me take this and we reveal the face. Yeah, there's probably a lot to use. These scales are very well lit as well, which is quite nice for us. I'm gonna do the scales in the face first, by the way, because those are quite important. So I'll kind of work from the largest ones into the smallest ones. Makes sense. Snake emits musk to simulate the smell of baby diaper. Attract some humans who browse others. I love that. What about scales like these? I kind of accidentally, I love this. I love these textures it's creating. I was just going to use one scale, but I might use more. Let's see. We kind of remove the eye shape scale. I do want that one. To be honest, if we mirror that, could be a nice base at the very least. Can work on top of that, add some more scales and stuff. Dude from the Fantastic Four. Which dude? Oh, that, yeah. Okay. The rock dude, I don't know their name in English, his name in English. I mean, technically we can make these small ones the eye patterns. Just have to move them in a little bit. And then darken darken these two scales, like change the color and stuff. We can do that later, but just to show the idea. With some overlay. It could work. Like, at the end of the day, the idea is to only make it look like a baby at a distance. So as long as it does a trick, more or less. Just like a scale that happens to look like eyes. Like the scale didn't purposefully, the snake didn't purposefully design something to look like a human. It just happened to look like a human and it ended up evolving that way, just through pure coincidence. Let's try and cover this a little bit better. We would need to make some very drastic lights and shadows, but as usual. Okay, now for the mouth. It needs to look like a wailing mouth. The idea I had were like two small scales going around it and two big ones below it. So we could try and find those here again. Let's see. Two to go around it could be these. I'm just gonna like draw them however they fall. Like this. And then modify that. Oh, this should fall in the center. Then we copy it, turn it around. Looking good, thank you. Disturbing, congratulations. That is what we go for. Thank you. Disturbing is the name of the game here. Merge to that. I would need to change their color a little bit to fit with the others. Hold on, just do this. Change the color. Okay, this would be the upper scales, and I think I'll do some lower ones that would be more triangular, so more like typical scales. So I might actually pick the ones we already did. I love the concept of that movie more than the execution. But you guys know I love anything involving messed up bugs. I feel like I would have loved if they took the concept a bit further. Now the idea is using these scales. We draw that shape of the mouth. If we got it right, I hope so. We already combined them. Like a mustache? Yeah, maybe. Let me know if it looks too mustachy. Like, we'll probably smooth it out. Probably won't in the end, but good to know. Now, right below these two layers, what is layer 25? Okay. It's empty, so perfect for what we're gonna do. I think my chat just died for a second. If I missed any messages, let me know. Chat appears to have died momentarily. Maybe I'll take some of these scales instead. So it's not just me painting black, it has some texture to it. This is soft light. Oh, okay. Layer, yeah. A transition between the rugged and the smooth scales. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I think we'll finish the face and then we'll go into the rest of the body. Okay, let's see our sketch compared to it. I think we got most of the elements right, though I want to do something more for the nose, for like the center, especially here. It kind of connects in a weird way. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So we should do something for the nose. Let's see. I just think which scale could work better. I like these ones around the nose that are kind of ridged. I know it's because of, well, the sensory organs and stuff, but maybe this one, which has a little ridge, but not super prominent. Give it some texture. Okay, now we'll keep just what we need. No more than no less. I think we might flip this one around to make it more nose-like. I still would save this baby even without the tiara. They might. Every time I post something, and like I post a huge beast monster, especially if they're furry, like a dog or anything with fur, people are like, "Oh, I want to hug it. What a good boy," and that makes me think that all of my followers would probably die of a monster attack. So you guys better get some good survival instincts. Human unfortunately programmed to hug the dog. That's true. Okay, not exactly a nose, but nose-like. Like it feels like it has some 3D shape to it. Pog baby, that's true. Crying baby is really, it's really just pogging. Oh god, this is horrifying. If you if you remove the scales and just let the eyes we drew, that's quite horrifying. Okay, what could we do for the top of the head now? End of the day, the most horrifying thing is always Photoshop. Something for the top of the head. I think maybe this again has an interesting texture. As usual, let's make a cool scale, then flip it around, find the right place here. Try to make a nice edge for it all. There's some wonky edges here, let me tell you. I mean, it makes sense. We just added the scales. Now we gotta kind of adapt the edges to that. Makes sense. Like a tiara. Fortunately not. Okay. Doesn't feel like it's very well attached. To fix up the lighting quite a bit. That's good enough for now. Okay, so we need like a little crown of smaller scales to make up the neck. By the way, let's check how it's going overall. I'm getting there. I'm slowly getting there, I think. Let's hope at least. Oh, weird edges, by the way. Let me group all of this, call it face. Nice. Okay, bit better. Invading someone's studio? Not at all. I love making art and stream and chatting to y'all. Like it honestly like makes me way more productive. When I do art on my own, I get much less done. And it's just more entertaining for me as well, like just get to talk to folks. I think the productivity thing is because at the end of the day you are like dedicating a few hours to just this one thing and like focusing on it. And the fact that there's people watching, it means that you kind of have to focus a bit harder on it. Like you can't get distracted every so often, which happens a lot to me. Exactly, the snake only wants you to think it's crying, but the moment you notice it's bugging, it's when you're already dead. The snake got you. So sad. Yeah, it's the interaction pre-pandemic. Yeah, it definitely feels different. I've been streaming for, I want to say 3 years now. And post-pandemic it did feel different. Hey, welcome back, Sora. You're making our fake baby. Your people in. We merge the nose layers and actually cut them off at this point here. There we go. Thank you, Marta. Okay, now transition between these two scales. I feel like they should be like these, like the big scales, but in a smaller version. And I'm trying to figure out where to take them from. Because these are very good and very well lit, but we don't have that many of them, and they're not the right shape. So maybe just from the body itself. Or the other picture we had. We have another picture. Yeah, let me see the other. I think I left it somewhere on top. Yes, okay. I'll just put it below, and I put it below because I have my clone stamp on current layer and below, which I need to have for several unimportant reasons. These scales are so dark though. These ones are so better lit. Yeah, I think it's gotta be these. Just make the picture smaller so it's a bit easier to stamp from it. Maybe pick a part that has a bit more of an angle. These. Yeah, let's try that. I'll just put this on top of the head layer. Oh, Sora, don't worry, please. We don't need any other pictures. We got plenty here. No, but I don't think we'll need more. So necessity. Let's see. No, that's the wrong one. I think it might be this. It wasn't, but it'll work anyway. Okay. I wonder how many people have baked snake-shaped bread. I don't know. I bet it has happened. Real probability. Looks like a pastry. See, that might be another one of its lures. Makes you think it's a pastry. That's how it gets you. It's a pastry mimic. No, this actually needs to be on top. It needs to cover the face plates. Snake has so many tricks. Such a smart one. Yeah, that could work, I think. Then we can have another one to just sort of connect that. And same on the other side. I know I'm reusing a scale right next to itself, but shh, don't tell anyone. This be our secret. Okay, so we need to fix up the color on the top. It's gotta be somewhere in between this beige and this whites. So, color layer. I also need one of these. Okay, this needs to be way lighter, but we're getting there. We will get there. Yes, much nicer already. Okay, let me see about the color. What should we do? This whites, and then there's this beige. I think it should be somewhere in between, like so. Yeah. Since they're kind of like squeezed in between, I want to make them really fairly low contrast so that they don't pop out against the background as much. Just a pretty necklace, exactly. Okay. Just a little pugging baby. Okay, the face is probably the most complicated part. So we're through the thorniest part of the path. Yeah, we'll get there. Obviously we need the limbs. Put the sketch back on. We would need something for the butt to basically make a connection. Have maybe a little gradient here in between these scales and these bigger, flatter scales. And the color and everything, it needs a bit of a transition there. Can I go gradually from one to the other? Yes. The googly eyes were unlocked by one of our channel point rewards. Okay, let's see. A few more scales for this. I might use the same ones as the neck, to be honest. Okay, baby. Oh, there it is. I lost the baby layers for a second. I was getting worried. Also have to do something to the base pictures of this color layer. And I want to remove some of the pink that can be seen between some of the cracks between the layers. So yeah, that should hopefully help. Now, the neck. Take the scales here. Just copy them out. Maybe I'll take the individual scale here. I looked away for a bit and now it's bad. Good way. That is what we're aiming for, so that is good news. In our case, bad news is good news. Hold on, let me just pick the whole thing. There we go. Okay, so we need something for right over here, and we need to mask that out. Actually, I think I should get the body shape a bit more defined here in the mask. It's just gonna lead to trouble. I don't do that. Like even below the limbs, because that way we'll be able to move the limbs around without much trouble. Like after we're through with them. Okay. Put a sketch back there. Let's see. Should be another one right about here, even though we probably won't see it. Not a bad thing to have it. This seems like the baby's having a good laugh. I don't know, maybe we should put a more wailing face, but kind of hard to represent facial expressions in this form, so it might be hard. Screaming babies repel adults. Okay, you are in the middle of the forest. You suddenly hear a crying baby. How are you gonna ignore that? I'm gonna see if there's a baby and if it's okay. You abandoned this baby in the middle of the forest. At least that's what I would do, but maybe that's why I would fall into this thing's trap very quickly. Probably would, to be honest. Our dumb instincts think for that. Human instincts generally demand you to go towards crying baby, exactly. What are those? Are snake breads. Very cute. Let's do a color layer and put it there. Maybe we can already try to mix in some green in here to make the transition a little bit easier. Okay, a little bit of shadows in between them, I think, and below them. Been buffered. Upload. My upload seems good. I don't know if it buffered for anyone else though. Humans are pretty unique in being an animal that will willingly look after young, not its own. A predator that takes advantage of that. It's very cool. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We'll need more scales. Let me bring back our picture. Not this one, the good one. There it is. I think we'll go with even smaller scales. And I know I'm repeating a lot here of scales, but the idea is that we'll have the leg cover most of that, so it'll hopefully be fine. Emphasis on hopefully. Safe on your side? Okay, thank you. So, okay, I'll put these above our layer mask because there'll be transition between the two. So working with several different layer masks at once can be a bit of a pain. Let's see, let me actually pick a whole group of scales, because that might make things slightly easier. Okay, hopefully that'll work. Let's check. So the idea I had is to make them longer and generally smaller as they go. So maybe a regular old warp might help with that. To kind of like stretch them towards the lower area. Make a little cone out of them, I guess. Why not? Yeah. That could work. Then we try to connect the two. In a place that makes sense. Little scale cone. And then again, a lot of, or a chunk of it might be covered by our legs, mostly this one, which kind of, yeah, we'll cover the transition, which is helpful. Always good to look for something that covers those hard areas. Okay, pretty nice. Now we need to do our whole usual thing on top. So color. Okay. Shadow to blend everything a little. Lots to blend today. So I'll make a bit of a soft transition in between the darker and greener and the lighter and warmer, and see if that works, if we need to do that or more of a scale by scale thing. Do a normal layer, combine a couple things, just a few touches, extra little touches. Ugh, the transition here is hard. We pick different scales completely. Because these ones are on the shinier side. Can make it a bit hard. Let's see. Maybe we can actually pick some from the little cone we made. That might be a not terrible idea. Like, just pick them individually in this case. Make them a bit larger. Just do Control J and pick the scales we like. Like so. Let's see. Well, I hope that does it. Once we add the legs, now this area should look nicer. I'm enjoying doing these more one-off things. Just do a little story, just a concept I find cool, and then you move on, right? It's quite fun. Do you do a lot of Photoshop off stream? Yeah, mainly commissions and stuff I can't really show, or that I don't find too entertaining to show. For example, currently I'm doing, if you saw last week's streams, I was doing a book cover. You can find that in the VOD still. And I'm still working on that, right? But I'm mostly not showing it on stream because I don't think it's as interesting. Why is it not showing? I think it might be this. It certainly was. Okay. Mystery solved. So yeah, there's a few extra things that I do like for clients and that kind of thing that I think I only show the patrons. And so when I show them work in progress stuff. Oh, this is actually much better. Okay, we are closer to being done with the transition. I think we just need some scales from the tail. Let's see, Sagar, that should be it, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm stupid. I should pick that with its gradient maps and everything. Hold on. Make a larger version of this, and then I'll just apply everything. Let's see, merge. There we go. Now I'll try to combine that and the tail, or the specifically these scales we had as a transition. Try to find some good ones that could bridge the gap here. The baby rattler. I like that. Okay, I just wanted to show up this area here. And since I got a transition between the two shapes, I want to make them much shorter. Let's see if that works. Let's give it a try. Yeah, what names could we give this cool snake? Cool baby snake. I think it's naming time for it. I think we should look up like most popular baby names of 2021. Just go with whatever's most popular. Guys, look this up for me. What's the most popular baby name in this year? Let's say in America, because most of you guys are American. Hey, do you use OBS or Streamlabs? OBS. Streamlabs are kind of crooked. Well, not even kinda, they're just straight up a terrible company. Oliver or Charlotte? Really? Interesting. I like Charlotte. This baby Charlotte. Welcome baby Charlotte to the world. Or Willow. Willow? Really? Is that one of the most popular baby names right now? That's incredible. Willow. And that just reminds me of that old fantasy movie. Yeah, I think the transition is not too terrible. Okay, now we just need the limbs. Let's see, where is our sketch here? And what else? I think we can hide this. Nope. This. Okay, let me see. Limbs. This one, I'll tuck it in a little bit closer. And this one I might move a bit more to the right. So now we need to try to we need to recreate these shapes with this sort of texture. Is Logan a gender neutral name? I have no idea. I wouldn't say so, but I'm expert on this. What do you use for shadows to create them? Mostly just layers in soft light or overlay. I got lost on the baby name sites. Okay, so merging this, and we could try and use it as a texture. Because I like the big scales that I made before. Can make a few copies. Let's just see if it works. I think we can do some puppet warp. Try to do something like this, then this. I don't mind that the edges are pulled in weird ways, because I'm just gonna cut around the shape we have, so. So I'll make this thinner so we can fit it better, I hope. Jade Meadows, hey, I recognize that name, hello. Have you tried to use tone saturation? It doesn't, so there's a big difference between using tone saturation for shadows and between using overlay or other methods, is that here, if you just change the lightness, it's basically, this is exactly the same as adding a completely black layer and putting it at different opacities. It just makes everything uniformly black, or uniformly white in the other direction. Instead, if you use an overlay layer, for example, which is a bit stronger, and you paint with black, as you can see, it'll paint the areas that are already black darker, and it'll respect the light areas more. Which means it'll adapt to the base layer you have and won't change it as much, it'll look a bit more natural. Of course, if you're trying to turn a bright thing into a dark thing, like if you're trying to make this into a shadow, you do need a normal layer below it, so it can work. Okay, where were we? Here. Back on track. Let's see. Will we be able to pull this corner where we need it? Right. Yeah. Hopefully this will help. This will be good. Oh, it actually moved. It's fine. Just... That's... there we go. Yeah, that could work. A list of forbidden names. Oh, I would immediately go and try to name my child something from the list of forbidden names. Cashew arms. Yeah, at the end of the day, since this is just a thing made out of modified scales, it's all just scales. Actually, I should probably, yeah, put it behind this scale. I think it works. Obviously it doesn't have any lights or shadows, but as a base, I think it can work. So we're talking about names. The story of my name is quite simple. My mother, when she was like a teenager, decided I'm either gonna marry someone called Eduardo, like Edward, or I'm gonna have a son called that, and he went with the second option. But it's strange because it's a pretty uncommon name here. I have an uncommon name and an uncommon surname, which can be a thing. Also beautiful in Spanish? Well, thank you. I always preferred the French pronunciation, Edouard. It's a bit more, I don't know, I like how it sounds better, I think. Also, this is like so asymmetrical. I will make the baby chubbier. You hate French? Well, I'm half French, so careful what you say around here. My mother's French. Okay. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's see, next limb. Okay, so this one's curled inwards. So a bit more complicated to set up, but we'll try. Okay. Made it thinner, hopefully this will work. I'll see though. Actually, no, it's good, it's good. Don't like the language, the rest is fine by me. I think the language sounds pretty. But I'm biased. Okay, let's try this out. Cuts here, let's see. We'll kind of make it arrive from behind this scale, because yeah, I want to figure out how that works. Okay. Maybe it needs to be a bit thinner. Here. Yeah. Also, I hope you guys are not looking at my layers today, because they are a mess. Big ol' mess. Don't look at my layers. Come on, that's private. Little cashew arms. I love that. I feel like we need a bit of equalizing the color between the face and the body. Like we either go very pale like the face or darker like the body. Let's see, within the face here, if I do a color layer, Give it a bit of that tone, at least. And same for the neck. Bit of a normal layer. Oh, it's just above it. Dummy. You said the googly eyes aren't going to be in the final product, but might I suggest more googly eyes? But if we put more googly eyes around the forests, that kind of implies that there's a bunch more of these terrible snakes. Three layers on top. One is color, one is soft light, and the other is normal. The googly eyes are the glue as this whole edit's put together. Like, couldn't do anything without them. They are the key part of this whole composition. Googly eye horror is an underrated possibility. I love that. And I agree. More googly eye horror, please. Like a bit longer. I don't know exactly where to put it. Just kind of put it wherever and hope it works. The basilisk from Dark Souls, that's true. But yeah, it's true, they're false eyes. Forgot that. It's a fun part of the design. It's always what everybody notices first. And then you look closely at it. It's like, oh no, those aren't the eyes. The opposite of trypophobia. Make a cool Greek name for it. Okay, whew, that was a lot of layers for this baby. Now then, there it is. There's a baby. We need to integrate it into the picture. There's a few things I want to do. I want to take one of these greens, go with color, and just give it a little touch. Which will make everything look a bit desaturated, but hopefully mix it in a bit better with the background. Because everything's very green in this picture. Also looks like roast chicken. What have we created? Roast chicken monster. So if you guys are new here, this phase, once we've finished compositing everything in the start, what I call integrating, is when things start coming together, when the edit usually comes to life. Where we hopefully make this wonky looking baby look threatening. Maybe some people will try to save the roast chicken. I would. Imagine you're doing a trek through this terrible jungle and suddenly you see some roast chicken. I would run towards it. Doesn't look very three-dimensional. There's basically no shadow around it. That's it. 4 hours we've been. Nice. I tend to lose track of time a lot when I'm doing Photoshop because I'm, you kind of focus on something and stop checking the hour for quite a while. Time flies when you have fun and all that. Oh, and thanks for the save reminder. Always appreciated. Literally the worst at saving. I would love to be the researcher. Yeah, that's true. Well, if you're on Eaton, all the weird monsters. That's it, and thank you for the follow. Also, I might have missed a few follows a few minutes ago. Moonlit, welcome in. Time flies when you're creating abhorrent abominations. I agree. It tends to happen. Okay, trying to make sure all the shadows and lighting works. Add highlights where I can. I think in general these top of the scales could stand to be a bit lighter. Just gonna paint that on, gonna risk it. So, why does it look like sort of wet? Scales shouldn't be too wet. Well, I guess their snake is like in a wet area, so yeah, forget that. Okay, I think it's time to remove the googly eyes to see the whole composition. Because the googly eyes obviously call a lot of attention towards the snake, and it's fun for the stream, but what we want to do is actually do the opposite of that. Like maybe make people look at the baby and this like weird mimic baby, and then realize like what's it connected to, and then we realize there's a snake here. That's the intention, at least. I think I might remove some color from the tongue here. Just make it dark, because the blue is taking a bit of attention. What's that? Come on, snake. That blue tongue is attention seeking. Is that snake big enough to eat an adult? Is a normal snake size with a micro baby? It's big. It's a big snake. Yes, this could eat you. Like, okay, the baby probably is smaller than a regular baby, like just realistically. But let's say like at a distance, as long as at a distance it looks alright, it will probably do the trick. Okay, curves time. Is that too far? It is. Snake can fit your shoulders in its mouth. It can eat you. I mean, maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe it can eat you in little bits. Little pieces. You know, just enjoy their meal. You know what they say, we gotta like take time and stop to enjoy our meals. More healthy that way. Well, the snake is a firm believer on that. I'm lying, snakes just gulp down anything they find. And the snake would probably gulp you down in that exact same way. Micro baby snake. They evolved to mimic human babies but didn't evolve to eat humans. Oh no. The ultimate tragedy. Why did we spend all of our evolution points on this? Their dump stat was mimicry, yes. Mimicry and I guess venom as well, right? Like you can't... You can't have one without the other. Because if you only have this one attack, like this one chance to attack, you better have some good venom. I want to make it clear that this is a scale and not actually a hole. I have to make that slightly clearer though. That's better. What else? God, now I really want to see a live version of this and how they would shake the baby and the baby would flail its fake arms around and do the cry. This is why I regret not knowing how to make videos good. I mean, this could potentially, with what I know, could potentially be animated, but it wouldn't be very realistic. Like it would be this still picture and you could move some elements around. But yeah, it's not ideal. It's fun, but it's not realistic at all, so it takes away that part of the art, which is the realism. This guy wouldn't need a super fast acting venom since humans can fly or drive underwater. True, if it has an underwater, like pulling you underwater and drowning you technique, that could also work. Wouldn't need as much venom. Or venom at all. You could be a boa type. If they're big enough, they would need to be very big though, because they would need to like envelop the entire human. I want a pet snake. Got out of his tank and my ankle biter dog ate him, really? Well, that is brave dog. I think my dog would see a snake and just like never come back to my house. I would try to find a new home. Jack Russell became preloaded with small dog syndrome. That. I wish I had small dog syndrome. I wish I was as confident small dogs are. We should all aspire to have small dog syndrome, to be honest. It's some Monday motivation for you. Okay, it's coming together, I think. I think we're at that point where we can try a few different effects. I also want to try something. So this already has curves. I'm gonna copy it, apply that. I want to do some blurring based on depth. Actually, does Photoshop have that? I think it has it as a neural filter. Alright, depth blur. Yes. Should we try that? It's a new AI filter that Photoshop has that'll try to find the depth of your image and blur it based on that. It might be very complicated with this sort of messy tree layout. So I want to see how the AI does here. Oh, this might be choppy because this is done through the cloud. So sorry if the stream gets a bit choppy here for a sec. Let's see. Oh, this one is taking a while. Low filter right there. Okay, my connection is good though. Oh, wow, okay. That's honestly quite impressive. I was not expecting that to work. Okay, so just press OK, work with the masking. Like, this might be the best Photoshop AI filter I've seen. It's a complicated scene and it still got it right. Like, sure, this tree is probably more in the foreground, but once it gets blurred, it just fuses into the background. So I really like this, but you know the problem? It makes it look very tiny. I don't want it to look tiny. So it has to leave the blur out. It did work quite well. Does this make it look very tiny? I think so. I don't know, I'll take you guys' opinion on that. I think it's helpful to the composition. Like, it makes the composition much better. Should we? Should we make the baby bigger, like quite a bit bigger, and make it feel like the snake is more regular snake sized? More like a possible animal that could exist. Like, let's say... Oh, yeah, stupid. Hold on. There are some layers inside here that are unlocked. I need to relock them before I move them. Hopefully that'll work now. Yeah, it's good. We go for big baby. What do you guys think? Like, okay, if this is a large snake, this could be regular baby sized. Big baby? Yeah. Need to fix up some of the edges, but that is completely fine. Like big baby? Okay. Big baby, then. Let's go. Okay, we'll have to figure out some edges now. Like, how does it connect to the real tail? Possibly by making this layer smaller. Yeah, because they need to connect the sizes between the two, so it's gonna be need to be more extreme. Okay, what's this layer? Gradient map copy, yeah. I like Big Baby better. So good thing we tried. And honestly, trying this was just thanks to the background picture we have. Since I made it much, hold on, here. Since I made the background picture blurry, it suddenly made the snake look more real sized, like more normal. Although in reality, if you actually look closely and look at the size of the leaves, it is actually still huge. But there are such small details that honestly, just looking at this, it could look like grass. So it works. Okay, and these should kind of hug the rock. Now we fix up the edges in between, like so. It seems big compared to the leaves on the rocks. Yeah, I mean, realistically, compared to this original picture, it is too large. Like, it would be closer in the original size, and that might even be too large. But honestly, since these small leaves are the only thing we have that can give people a clue of the size of the original image, people will see the baby and assume that is like base the scale of the image off of that. I think. I hope so. It'll happen at least. So usually when you see an image and you don't know the scale of it, like if you're looking at something big or something small, your brain will usually go and try to find references, like things you know the size of. So seeing a baby and a snake, people will find those things and use them for their size comparison. So compared to that, this would be some pretty big grass. But here's what we're gonna do though. Here in a second, once I'm happy with this. What we'll do is remove those leaves, since they're the only confusing element. You can just yeet them away. You don't need them. Big baby adds more to the everything. Good to hear. We were in Spanish. We've done snake a while ago. We've done bait. So now we just need baby, which is very easy. It's just bebe. But it's funnier because it's just the same syllable repeated twice. Baby. So if you ever heard any reggaeton songs, you probably heard that one already. Here we go. That was what was tripping me up, I think. Gotta think about finding it in the forest. It's vaguely human and flopping around all baby-like, exactly. Like, I would become Snake Dinner for sure. Oh, it's a PSB already. That means, ooh, I haven't checked the layers in a while. How many layers do you think we got? Do you guys think we have? True, some syllable different stress. Both syllables were in stress? Well, not really, because bebe has the first syllable stressed. There's no word in Spanish with no syllable stress that I can think of. Except if it only has one syllable, for sure. Seems too small or too big. I'll become dinner. I guess it's, if we make it small, that's kind of a problem we run into. Like, how does it actually eat you? Because it can't just like chomp on you and just eat you in one gulp like snakes usually do. But I bet it would find its strategy. We like throw some digestive juices at you and chew at their leisure. You know, the chucking digestive juices at people is such a fantastic strategy. So many animals do that. Also doing this to hopefully get a bit of a better transition here. The head the size of a baby could definitely eat you. I mean, actually, yeah, probably. To be honest, it probably has good strategies to eat you anyway, because there are snakes that eat things much bigger than themselves. Could probably just unhinge its jaw and just like, whoop, chomp you down. Yeah, it's true, I forgot snakes unhinge their jaws. Oh yeah, they got this in the bag. Like, yeah, they're eating you. We are not but a snack to them. Okay, better transition there. But yeah, did I guess any? Did I get any guesses for how many layers we have? Because you guys can see it because it's right behind the camera, but I can. If anyone guesses the exact number of layers I have right now, they get a gift sub, for example. But it's gotta be precisely the number. At least 3. Come on, gotta guess a precise number. Trivia: snake would take about 1 week to eat a human. Ooh. I bet it's a lot to digest. Nobody's got it yet. Nobody's even close. So we're guessing the number of layers. Well, you are guessing, I know. Okay, I think everyone got their guesses in, and nobody's got it right. But the closest was between Sora and Just Maguk. It's 122. So you guys lowballed it a lot at first. Kiwi's the only one that overshot it. And in the second try. I mean, yeah, it's just mostly the scales here. It's a lot of layers there. Construct that whole thing. I tend to merge stuff while I'm working. I tried to merge nothing at all, because that way I can come back and edit the original thing. Ooh, let's go with a blue temperature there. And a green tint. Going for a bit of that blue-green. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and change some of the AI blurring things here specifically. It blurs some blades of grass that go actually over the snake. But it's not that perfect then. 83 for a big painting. Oh sure, but you do paintings, yeah. When you paint, it's better to merge stuff, because you know you're painting over. If you have a mistake, you paint over it, right? It doesn't take as much work. So yeah, that's an acceptable number of layers if you paint. Still, it's still a lot, 80 something. I think my max must have been around like 200. But I don't want to go back and check all my old stuff and see. I tended to do many more layers in my old surreal stuff than in my current horror things. Like, it used to be a regular occurrence when I went over 100. Because I remember saying it on stream, like every time we got to 100. But I think I got a bit more efficient with my layers over time. And I stopped repeating them so much. So over time it got a bit better. No merging. Exactly. Photoshop. Oh, Photoshop hard mode 1 layer. Did you know we did exactly that the other day? Threaded, that is like not last stream, because last stream was yesterday and we did the podcast, but 2 streams ago, like the last art stream we did this. Oh, hold on. Ah, OBS, don't be stupid, OBS. There we go. We did this in 1 layer, and I mean, it came out pretty nice. And if you want to see, let me actually open the PSD. Oh, I'll have to okay this. Oh, there's some filters and stuff that I added on top before publishing it, but this is what we did on the stream. And this is just 1 layer. Every time I added something, I had to merge it. You know what I ended up doing? I opened up my canvas to have like a big empty area, and every time I added a picture, I dropped it in here, combined, and then like did all the cutting here, put it here. When I had to do something like bring the trees over the creature, I copied the whole layer on the side here. I then selected just the trees, cut them out, and put them on top again. So yeah, it was definitely hard mode. But we did a cool Krampus thing. Oh, it also has googly eyes that are angry. Anyway, back to fake baby. Been a pleasure, gonna go now. Okay, Caroline, good night. Thanks for chatting. Oh, we also have googly eyes here. I forgot about them. But here they are. Beautiful. Also got this for inspo. This we never used. Okay, where were we? Color grading. Should we do a little bit of color grading? It's a nice way to blend things together. Like in general, if you guys want to do this sort of thing and blend images together, a good way of helping with that is just adding a filter or something on top of the whole image, because it'll affect both your subject and your background equally. And for example, this is giving some tones to the shadows of the whole picture, so it helps blend things together in the brain. Oh, that's a lot. Ah. Kinda want to go for blue-green. So, a touch of each. Obviously, I misclicked before and did a whole mess, but I haven't done the signature. Yes, that is what's coming next. I need to fix up some things to the signature, and then we can reapply this. You know what? I don't like this color. I think it should have some warm tones somewhere. That's a lot of green that I added. There we go. A bit more natural. So we did a lot of blue, a lot of green. That makes the little fake baby in the middle pop out even more, because it's the only like not completely blue or not completely green thing in the frame. So at the end is what we want. What we want here is this guy popping out, so you don't notice a snake at first. Okay, so now going back here, add some shadows to some areas of the baby. Like around this scale here, that's a bit much. So where should we sign this? I guess there's some new folks today, so I always sign my pictures in the exact same way, which is hiding the same symbol somewhere, but it's got to be hidden in a smart way. This is the symbol I use. You might have seen it around. Sometimes it's more obvious. You might have seen it like in logos and places, but the idea is not that to make it like super hidden or super obvious, but to make it, to put it in some place that's smart. See, that's the concept of it. Baby's mouth. That would kind of be in the middle of the subjects. So I don't really want to... I tend to put it somewhere in the background. If I put it in the subject, it's usually in a very discreet place. So that might be a bit too obvious or too there. I gotta try my hand at Photomatic one day. Neat mushroom pictures, nice. Well, if you're in the mood for sharing, we do have a place in the Discord called Sacrificial Altar, where you can upload your pictures. And by the way, join the Discord, Joe. It's not your typical streamer Discord. It's not a Discord about me at all. It's just a Discord I run that's just a cool place for horror artists and people who enjoy horror art in general to hang out. And yes, there's a great deal of resources there, and there's a place, a server, a channel, that's the name. See, I run a server, I don't even know the names for things. There's a channel called Sacrificial Altar, where folks can upload anything as like a free image for others to use. Or if you want to put some conditions, you can also like say, hey, use this one with attribution or any other conditions you think of. So yes, it's a great resource. If you saw the worm thing edits I posted today, and that Trevor posted today as well, we both used a picture from that channel, from Sacrificial Altar. Missed it. Here it is. The base picture here is the empty building. It's from that channel. Both of them amazing, thank you. If you're interested in seeing how, because I made it out of stream, if you guys are interested in seeing how it was made, if you go to the VOD, the video recording for yesterday's stream, which was the interview with Trevor, we actually like put it as a little time lapse, how each of us made the image, so you guys can see the process. In a very quick way, but it's a little demonstration. I do love a good worm, I agree. Okay. We want to make something in the curves here. Properties. Turn this up slightly. No, I don't know if that'll work. Okay. Let's turn off some soft light from the edge here. It's very dark. A bit too much. But yeah, definitely after this stream, if you're still aching for some cool horror content, check out yesterday's, because it's this little podcast project I've been preparing for a long time. I'm really happy to see it finally exist. So yeah, if you like my stuff, if you like Trevor's, you'll definitely like it. And also to reiterate, we're gonna have, for the second episode, on the 26th of December, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna have David Romero, which is an amazing artist and like such a great guy. I can't wait for you guys to meet, because it's like a very private person. Like, he doesn't post any personal stuff to Twitter, so you can't really see his personality, but it's honestly like sweetheart. And also like one of the best horror artists out there. So you might have seen his work on the collaboration, the collab I did with him gotta be a few months ago now, about werewolves. The Lycanthrope series, or the Order of the New Moon, you might know it like that. I will paste the collection of all the tweets from that in chat right now. So if you guys missed our collab, it's there. It's fantastic. I really love all the lore we came up with, and there's more coming, so definitely catch up with it if you want to be in the loop for the next part. Because we already did 2 parts of this little series. A 3rd is coming, which I'm really excited about. The art is all done, by the way. You might have seen, if you were here in October and on the streams, you might have seen me work on it. Yeah, werewolves are the best. And I love a fun take on werewolves, right? Because they've been so explored, and usually the whole like nobles are secretly monsters is usually done for vampires, so it's fun to do werewolves instead and try to make that work with the whole like how does the curse of being a werewolf work in this world, which we made it be into a bloodline thing. And yes, and the next part of this series is going to be exploring how silver works in this world. It's going to be another excuse to go back into it. And yeah, we're going to talk about how, well, silver, as a little spoiler, silver in our version of this werewolf world doesn't kill werewolves. It actually adds like a bit like a steroid to them. Like it can induce their transformation much faster and at times where they shouldn't be able to. So they started using it to pretend that they are purer werewolves, like they're stronger and purer than, and their blood is purer than it actually is. And they end up getting all intoxicated with silver, and their skin turns blue, and they go into wild transformations just because all the silver that's accumulated in their bloodstream over the years. You'll see a bit of all that, and a lot of like silver as a sort of luxury item. We made with Hannah Barrett, who's a fantastic artist, and I made like an old school magazine ad for drinkable silver. It's this like fancy werewolf lady drinking her silver. This is still very much unseen because I didn't do that one on stream, so it's still a secret. I did do some of the other ones for that series on stream. Not all of them are super secret. Voided out werewolves, not something I've known I wanted until now. It's gonna be, David's piece is gonna be exactly like it said, voided out werewolf. And I guess mine, let me show you one of the ones I did on stream a while ago. Like, it's a roided out werewolf been in a hospital being treated for his silver accumulation in his bloodstream, being held down. There he is, with all the blue skin and all the symptoms of silver intoxication in humans, but of course with the whole added thing of that, since it induces werewolf transformation, once it starts accumulating, you stop being able to control your own form, I guess. Okay, we're going back to original here, and I nearly forgot to do this. I wanted to stamp out some of these leaves. Or draw some werewolves. Hell yeah, if you draw anything within the Order of the New Moon universe, please let me know, because I have all the... It's always meant to be a collaborative project, not only between David and me, but between anyone that wants to add their own take on their universe. Like, you could say, like, the ones David and I did, and Claire and Hannah, like the other people who participated directly, like in the main threads, that's like the canon thing, and then everyone can take their own interpretation of it. And there are more and less canon ones, but all of them are good. Like, I think many of them actually add a lot to the original story. If you see the thread I posted, like I put in chat before, a lot of them are put like in the middle of our threads, because I feel like they work together so well that I think they feel right at home there. Fancy werewolves, exactly. It's the best. Okay. A shadow fix there. What's this? Need to be careful with the edges. Okay, anything else that's more out of focus than it should? I think this blade. What about this tree in the background? I think it's far away enough that it doesn't matter much. Any other lighting things? I think that's good. Been following David for a while. Through him, I found you and Trevor. Interesting. I feel like most people usually come through Trevor because it's obviously the one with the most followers. I mean, David is like up there as well too. Okay, now the signature, and I think we're done with this. It's always hard to put the signature in like natural environments because there's no like, my signature is like very like a lot of straight lines, so you either have to make it like crossing little twigs and things like that, or yeah, there's not much more option than that. I actually think I said it in passing, but what if I actually made it by crossing these twigs? Like we just copy this here. Benito, thank you for the follow. And Ecarce. Baby looking cute, thank you. I think this might be the most reasonable place for a signature. Like we put this, and maybe I copy this here. Remove this. Okay, so far so good. A lot of copy-pasted texture there. So what I'll do is copy this one and hide it right on top. Can I combine them together to something new? I'm not sure what the campaign's called, but I saw your fractal art a few months ago. Yes, that's just called the Fractal series. I just call it, well, or just Fractal. So yeah, the Fractal series has been one of the most fun ones to do, to be honest. And you guys better not have missed the last part of that series, because it's going places. Strange places, that is. Fractal series is a subplot to this baby universe. That is true. That is canon. Okay, so I think we got something resembling a signature, right? just need to cut the edges up a little. And bam. I think it's pretty clearly visible without being like too obviously out there. Giant baby demons from Space Attack. Okay, maybe not that crazy, but... But no, it's going to Fall Apocalypse. That's where the series is heading. Gender reveal. It's a snake. My favorite gender reveal party. Okay, so a few changes in between the two versions. Obviously we added a signature. We removed all the leaves from the rocks here, which would have made this by comparison be huge. Fixed up edges here. Okay. Maybe slightly less chubby, but that's fine. How do we feel about this then? I'm pretty happy with it. I didn't know where it was heading at first, and I gotta admit I was slightly worried that it would look terrible, but I think we salvaged that part, and that's always like a thing when you start working on something and you don't really know where it's headed. Like, oh god, maybe this is quite bad. No, we can't do this in this layer. Gotta go back to the baby layer. Back to the baby layer. Adding some shadow to the bottom of the nose to imply that it's like a sort of triangular or pyramid structure. Bit of color from any dark area. Yeah, that's better. So you know what? Make the baby chubby again. Wait. Where do I make the baby chubby? Here? Yes. There we go. Well, if you're on a hike and suddenly hear a baby crying, you better start running. It's coming for you. Can you imagine? That would be terrible advice. Please, if you hear a baby crying, go see the baby. Someday somebody will believe one of my edits and do something stupid. Bounce? Okay, thanks for coming in. We're about to wrap it up, so you're not missing a lot. Okay, nice. Yeah, the little triangle in the nose here was necessary. Can compare it to the earlier versions. Yes, I'm quite happy with this. With a little horrible little scale baby. Yeah, let's jump into cam. There we are. Let's put the snake here. Oh, hold on. This is very important. This is very important. Googly eyes. But yeah, hopefully the the effect I'm trying to give with this edit is just first look at the baby, go like, what is this weird baby? And then you notice what's attached to it. So I tried to make the snake sort of inconspicuous, but not like super blended in, because I still want people to see it, right? Just like on the first glance, you're not seeing the snake. You just notice it on the second glance. That makes sense. Impact font. Fun fact, 3 people die every year from this rare species mimicry of infants. I'll kind of make it into a fun fact thing. Like, did you know this fake name of fake species name emulates an infant to try and get its prey, and maybe to just sort of I think it would be more realistic if we described it as actually preying on monkeys, and is supposed to be an infant monkey. Because the idea will still be, like, people will still get the vibe that it's a baby, like a human baby. But it'll feel more realistic if we say, oh, it's just catching monkeys in the jungle. There are lots of monkeys in the jungle, not that many humans. New series in the fun fact verse. Yeah, I love it. I've never done anything like fun facts in that kind of tone. I usually do it in a more very serious academic tone, which honestly it works for the kind of thing I do, because a lot of my work is about believability, and the people who fall for it on the first glance, right? But I'm actually saving this as a JPEG while we're here. Well, do a little thing. So a lot of my work is about believability, and presenting it in a very serious, like, dry way, I think is part of it. I think it's an integral part of my style, right? Not that I want to get locked into one thing. I want to do all sorts of things, but I like to explore that vibe. Fun fact, this is behind you. Don't look behind you. Also saving this. JPEG. I'm the biggest liar on the internet. I mean, I think there's worse ones. The dangerous ones. Who's a better, more dangerous liar? An anti-vaxxer or me? Little old me. I think the anti-vaxxers are worse. Although, according to that reply guy a few weeks ago, I am probably worse than the anti-vaxxers. That was a funny guy. I think it sells really well to present it seriously, since it's more eerie to the minuscule idea of something like this existing in our very own universe can be scary. Yeah, I agree. They're deluded, I know what I'm doing. I mean, I'd say a lot of... I mean, the anti-vaxxers, I'd separate them into the grifters and the victims. Most of them are victims that just fell for misinformation. For disinformation, I guess. Then there's the grifters. The grifters know very well what they're doing. They know full well that they're grifting people. There's a real-world analog with the inspiration for the piece. Exactly. If you guys didn't see the inspiration for the piece, let me show it to you real quick. This is what inspired this whole thing. It's a snake that catches birds by imitating a spider. This is not a real spider. This is just a snake's tail moving around. It's fantastic. Like, it tricked me for a good while until I noticed what was happening. So my first idea was like, what if this but humans? And you can see it here, doing its thing on the cliff side here. Doing this little spider dance. And I guess content warning, this bird is about to get eaten. chomp. Got chomped. That is exactly what would happen when you try to get to the baby. So yeah, that was the inspiration behind this piece. Oh, this one if you want to see it in large size. It tricked you too, right? It's so good. It's such a good disguise. Have you done any deep sea arts? Yes, I've done for Megalomorpha, my bug series. One of the parts was under the... Two of the parts were under the water. Actually double dipped into deep water stuff. Hold on, I'll find it for you real quick. So this one was from the perspective of one of those underwater ROVs, those like underwater unmanned vehicles. That's investigating a ship crash. And they find these larvae, I don't know how to say that. And then there's these. There's this one that happens in the 60s, where the KGB is doing this report, and it's like a report in the picture and fit pictures on the KGB about a team of divers that goes down in a survey to survey a downed ship from World War II, and actually finds bunches of eggs, and the brood mother that's protecting them. So this like very early underwater photography that we're dealing with, which is why it's so grainy and dark. So yeah, I actually had two underwater things happening there. Next time you see a spider crawling in your room, watch out. Exactly. Could you imagine actually the real life version of these spiders, of these snakes that pretend they're a spider, like just being in your home and pretending to be a spider, so you go to crush them and then it attacks your feet. Unless you crush them with like a newspaper or something, in that case you're safe. Next time you see a baby in your crib, watch out, might not be a baby. Serpiente de Rotelé. Oh, what Sora's saying is like, there's this very, I think it's like very prevalent in Spain and Latin America, this style of painting walls that's like with little droplets, that's like textured, and you paint it by just spraying droplets on the wall. It's called gotelé in Spanish. I don't know the word for that in English. I don't know if that's even a thing. It probably is, but I don't know the word. So a spider pretending to be like this old person's house style of wall. Popcorn ceiling, really. It actually kind of works. Like, it makes sense. It intuitively makes sense. Popcorn ceiling, I love it. Oh. Yeah, oh, this week we got a gaming stream that's gonna happen. I don't know, got my calendar back there. Next regular stream is happening on Wednesday. And I don't know if I'll be doing the gaming stream tomorrow, because gaming stream are extra ones. I don't know if I'll be doing it tomorrow or sometime like towards the end of the week. We'll see. And if I have time tomorrow to do a couple little hours of gaming, I'll do that. Dust sticks to it. It's the worst. Yeah, it's the worst thing. As long as it's not on Friday. On Friday I got the regular stream, so that's not gonna be then. 12-hour shift. Oof. Last day of work of the year. Well, do mean Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know what I'll play. I got a bunch of games. I think we'll do like a one-off, something that I can get through in one stream potentially, or if I don't get, like, I won't stress about it if I like one stream or two, but something that can be relatively self-contained, because I'd love to start a Control playthrough. It's a great game and I wanted to show it to all of you who don't know about it yet. But Control is a very long game, and yeah, it would require a bunch of streams to get through. So I don't know, I'll probably just do a shorter game, though eventually I do want to do a Control playthrough. Or something like, I don't know. It's... That game specifically, it has, like, we have the UCR, which has exactly the same vibes as Control. So there's something that clicks to within, like in this stream. It would work quite well, I think. Control is so good. It went so massively, even by me. I didn't play Control until this year, a few months ago. But it went so massively under the radar that I think right now it's getting a bit of a, like, it's more of a cult thing, but it has become more popular over time because they did a lot of sales. They tried to push it a little bit, and I'm happy because it's a fantastic game. If you like my sort of stuff, you like Control, because it's a lot of like a world with the paranormal. The paranormal is real. Yeah, it's very SCP inspired, obviously. The lack of SCP Foundation type games. There's a lot of like smaller fan games. The thing about SCP is that if you are a big company or even like an indie studio, it's not super worth doing an SCP game, even though a lot of people would play it, just because of the licenses that everything has and obtaining them, and a lot of the designs are actually from unlicensed images that are still on the wiki, but very tentatively, like it might go away any day now. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that. It's very murky waters if you're a game studio. So I understand that nobody wants to get close to it. Had a lot of mixed things about it. Control, I assume. I mean, it's not a perfect game. I think mechanically there are some fun things, but honestly, there's a power where you can just throw things at people and kill them in one go, and you can just spam that and get through the game. So mechanically, it's not like super deep, but the world building is so good that it honestly doesn't matter. Just taking inspiration like Control. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, one day we'll make our UCR game. Can you imagine? It would be fun to have a UCR game though. But we need to expand the world a bit before that. It'll happen. Not the game, but expanding the world. Barely grasp the concept of SCPs. Since they always get commented on the original horror art, and it's just kind of sad to see. I think they're just kids that, you know, like there's this one tweet that that leaves rent free in my head. That's like, person who's only watched Boss Baby after watching their second movie ever. Wow, this looks a lot like Boss Baby. Well, it happens. That is the exact thing that happens with kids, usually kids. So I'll generalize it to kids. And SCP contents on the internet is that SCP is like their only exposure to horror or internet horror in general. So whenever they see anything that barely resembles it, it's like, oh, this must be SCP. Exactly the same as the Boss Baby tweet. getting a little Boss Baby vibes from it. Yeah, exactly. It was, the wording is better in the original. It is the children that are wrong. No, SCP is cool. SCP is cool. It's like, for me, there's a lot of lore that I don't catch, but I like the classic ones. The, you know, just a cool concept that it's explored in this format. And I have an SCP upcoming sometime whenever I have time. I haven't worked. I did the pictures for it. I did some writing for it, and then I kind of just left it there for months because I just didn't have time for it. But it's still there, and it's about an SSTV image. SSTV is like an old school way of sending images through radio. And every time you send this one, it's like a very classic thing, like a very classic creepypasta thing. Every time you send it, the creature gets closer until it gets to you. So, yes, I did it with the whole, like, I did the actual SSTV. I did the images, then send them to myself through that method and registered that. So that's how it ends up looking like this. Just wants a friend. Which comment is worse? Is this SCP or stop spreading misinformation? I mean, stop spreading misinformation. Is this SCP at the end of the day, or in general, the reminds me of on Save Reminder, thank you. The remind me of type of comments is very, very prevalent. Not even SCP, like in general, in all arts on the internet, you'll get a lot of remind me of X or Y. It doesn't, like, it bothers me a little bit, because it's like, I would love to see more original comments that talk about the art itself instead of whatever they remind them of. But at the same time, I feel like it's just people relating it to something they like. So it's like praise through that filter, right? It's like, oh, I like this and this looks like that, so I'll point out the similarities to, I don't know, can I relate it to something I already like? It's psychology. I don't know why people do that so much, but I've learned to not let that bother me. Took me a bit of time to not compliment artists by saying their OC reminded me of another thing. Yeah, it's like, I think it's like a very, like, one of these psychology things where people won't really realize that they're doing that and that it might be annoying to some artists. I've been gaslit into thinking 50-year-old Japanese, and to thinking you're a cool 50-year-old Japanese man. Yeah, I mean, in your case, yeah, I can. The Junjito stuff must be overwhelming. But yeah, for me, there's some that are way more prevalent than others. I do get a lot of Junjito ones in the Fractal series. I do get a lot of SCP ones in general, because that whole found footage thing and my whole vibe kind of fits SCP pretty well. I get a lot of Annihilation. Oh, I get so many Annihilation ones on my Fractal series. It might even be more than the Uzumaki ones, if you count them. I don't count them though, just ignore them. But yeah, in general, every piece I post, sometimes I'll know beforehand. Like, I know, oh, people are gonna compare these to X or Y. Sometimes it catches me by surprise, like, oh, why did people compare it to this thing? I understand when people compare things to stuff they like. So it's like, well, all of this thing reminds me of it, and it's awesome. Yeah, exactly. It's well put. It's not that bad, really. It's usually a compliment. So long as it's not worded in an accusing... Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you completely. Like, there's something. Sometimes the tone of these kind of comments can come out wrong, but in general, like 99%, are like just pointing out the similarity and kind of it's just a roundabout way of doing a compliment. But occasionally you get someone like being an asshole about it. So. Deb keeps getting her Tommy fan art reposted so many times because people think it's official art. Oh no. Yeah, and reposts in general are the bane of artists. I'm not, thankfully I haven't been the recipient of so many reposts. It feels like it used to happen more, and now it happens less. And I think that's just recognition, because people at least in the circles of horror art, they know the kind of thing I do, and my work is like just very much its own thing, so people tend to recognize it quite quickly. And I think that kind of prevents reposts a little bit, at least within this community. Yeah, I think there's a recognizability aspect to it. Oh yeah, link to that fan art. Backpants, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoyed the little snake guy. We're done with it, but we're just chatting. Yeah, I think that I know the one you mean. I might be wrong though. It's a Tommy one. Yeah, you said so. I mean, the fact that people think it's official art must be like quite a compliment in its own weird way, though. But actually, just got reminded. Do you guys see that? Oh, let me see that. Oh yeah, it's so good. Screwy posters, really. No worse. Particularly this version. Oh yeah. I don't know, maybe there's a critical point where people start reposting your work more. I don't know, Faya, how many reposts do you get? Does it happen frequently? I think well, you have a different like main account or main platform, so that might play into it as well. Yo! Hey everybody! Damn, that's a huge raid. Welcome, folks. Welcome back, everybody. Hey y'all. Actually, you guys are catching me at the end of the stream. We were chatting a bit, but I'll be showing some work I did. This is what we've been doing today. I guess I'll be going through how I made it to show you guys. So yes, hello again. Yes, thank you guys. Last time you rated me, I had no idea who you were. Like, I didn't recognize the channel or anything. Now I know though. So what we're doing today, let me explain the concept of this. I found this on Twitter. Somebody, Sora here in chat, sent this on Twitter the other day. So this is a snake that uses, like, this here is not a spider. it's the snake's tail that it uses to lure people, not birds and stuff in and eat them. And I'll show you how it lures things. Warning here, you're about to see a bird get eaten, but you can see the little squirming spider-like thing here. And see when it gets close to it. You want to see that where the snake comes from. Zoom, there it was, just crouched down there. Brutal, isn't it? So my first thought was, what would happen if a spider evolved to do this to humans? What kind of weird bait would it use to attract us? And I came to the conclusion of it has to be a screaming baby, a crying baby. So it would be a snake that would be A, able to make baby noises, and B, have this sort of like, kind of like that spider, like a fake baby-like thing in its tail that it can shake around, and those fake little, these are all modified scales, by the way. These scales that are like fake arms and legs, like flopping around to make it look like a distressed baby. And when people get to help the baby, chomp. So that's what we've been doing, and oh, it's been a bit of a journey to get this one looking good. Hold on, zoom out there. Don't know why it zoomed in. Okay, so these are the final filters, and this is the version without filters. And here I'll show you the original picture so you guys can see the comparison. This is the original. And I then blurred the background with the help of some AI. Here in the corner, a little detail, but that's my signature there. Just built it with twigs. And it's just something I didn't use. And then I just started putting different parts of snakes from different pictures, changing the color so they fit the background to kind of that green tint. What were you doing the last time you got raided? The knot people? Yes, exactly. Yes, last time, if you guys remember me from another raid, you might remember this piece we were doing for the uncanny people, where we turned a bunch of our own viewers into weird, like, non-human versions of themselves, and then I made it look like if it was some old conspiracy blog posts about people that are not real on the internet. It's a fun little thing. Yes, we added a bunch of stuff from these snake pictures. I just have a bunch of snake pictures I use as a base. And then I created the baby. Hold on, let me show the rest of the snake. There's the face. There's the colors. There's the googly eyes. The googly eyes are very important. Oh yes, things people submitted. And then we did the baby with all its filters there. So the baby was basically, let me find the original. So there was a real baby behind here. You can see it if we remove all the filters. This was the original. Then we basically just used like the shape and the face of it and tried to imitate the same posture, but we barely used the original baby for anything. That baby's giving me nightmares. The most crucial part is the googly eyes. Yes, not many people know that. It's the whole glue that keeps this channel together. So yeah, the baby was basically made through individual scales. Believe it or not. That's why there's so many layers here. Like this, for example, will be the face. You can see the original horrifying baby face down there. And here, for example, I just took little chunks of, when I'm moving here, like little chunks of scales from a snake's face, combined them together. Just did that but a million times. Layers like an onion. Yes, I have right now a total of 129 layers in this document. Which, yeah, gets confusing, but that's part of the fun. Where's the fun if we don't have 129 layers? And googly eyes. This is the final version with googly eyes. Oh, you were gonna make marionettes. Well, too late. I already spoiled the number of layers. You know what's better than 129 layers? 130 exactly. This baby can fit so many layers. Exactly. I'm going to scream. No, you can scream. You can scream. I can hear you from here, all the way from New Zealand. So yes, this is basically a human lure that the snake is using to catch us. I'll write some lore for it and post it tomorrow, so I guess keep an eye out. Let's see, I'll also show you some of the stuff I've made in the past few streams. This was a fun one. This is the exact opposite of what you just seen. This was made in a single layer. Oh, thanks, Sora, for posting the socials. This whole thing was made in a single layer, except for some dust and overlays I put in. Like, ignoring that, this whole thing, just one layer. It was pain. It was pain because I usually go over 100 layers, or many times I go over 100 layers. I usually, like, as a base, more than 50. So this was a painful thing to make. It was like a little challenge I did for the stream. Like, let's try to make something cool in just one go. Yes, a little bit of torturing. What I had to do was crop the picture out like this to get a big empty canvas. And whenever I had to put it in picture, I put it here, cut it up in the shape I wanted, and then put it on the foreground again. And when I had to do the trees, for example, to put the trees over the goat, I had to cut the trees individually in here and then drag them over. Just like very painful stuff. Photoshop hard mode, basically. We have a record for the most layers you've used in a remote project. I would have to look that up because I don't have like a specific number I remember. But it might be like I know I might have gone over 200. I don't recall which edit it was, and if I had to search back to my whole catalog until I found that really huge file, I might die in the process. But I do recall an old thing I did going over 200. I would just have to find which one it is. I might try to find it later out of stream and show you next stream. My most horrible project. But yeah, this baby here, this machine I have, is built for Photoshop. I have a pretty terrible, I mean, it's not a gaming graphics card, it's just like a pretty basic graphics card, and just like a huge CPU, just to be able to withstand Photoshop, because Photoshop mostly uses the CPU and the RAM, a lot of RAM. Photoshop eats through a lot of that. So it basically has a lot of CPU, a lot of RAM, and just some decently basic graphics card. So it's not great for games. It's fine, like you can run things well, but usually not at high graphics. I'm not a gamer. No, I actually have done like only 3. I don't know if 3 or 4 gaming streams over 3 years of my whole streaming career. So just that, just 3 or 4 gaming streams. But this week I'm doing another one. I have them up as point rewards. Like if someone gets a bunch of points, they can just drop them on there, and I'll do a gaming stream outside of my schedule. So this week we'll be doing a gaming stream. I still don't know what, but probably some little indie horror game that we can finish in one sitting. A very low dose of gaming, exactly. No, I do play games quite a lot. Not as much as I would like to, because it's one of those things where you have to drop in a lot of time. Flojito. Gamer flojito. But yeah, I do play quite a few games. I should currently, I have a whole backlog of things I should play through. I have the DLC for Outer Wilds. I have let me see, I got them here. I got Deltarune, the new part of Deltarune. I got Darkwood, Darkest Dungeon, the new update of Minecraft, etc, etc. Just keeps getting larger as time goes on because new games get released. It's pain. It's fine, but yeah, I wish I could play more. End up getting, like, postponing it is weird. But yeah, that's what we were doing today. And let me show some older stuff as well. So the last month was crazy in terms of arts. I did so many things. This one is a fun one. This one I called Mimic Town. And it's... oh, the prompt was Mimic Town. The idea is that this group of just teenagers are traveling through Europe by train, and the train just stops in a unexpected place that is not on the maps, and they get down and realize they've ended up in a city that's not real. That's just like the concept. If the concept of that people have of a city materialized somewhere in the world, so it's just a bunch of buildings that have nothing in them, completely empty, or a bunch of people that or a huge crowd, but there's no individual people in it. They're just like this malleable thing. So that was a very fun concept. All the food ads here are made with AI, so it's meant to look like real food at a glance, but if you look close at it, it's like, there's nothing. Question for Val in chat: do you guys prefer horror media that's more in your face or more subtle and suspenseful? I'm more of the subtle type, though I do enjoy a cheesy horror movie. Those are fun as well. I like both, but I prefer the suspenseful things, clearly. Personally can't handle horror movies or games, but everything else I love it. Interesting. I love Hellraiser. Also more subtle things like Rear Window. Yeah, I agree. Both have their place. Another fun one we did. Fiji mermaids. You guys know what a Fiji mermaid is? It's a real thing. Fiji mermaid was a taxidermied animal made out of the front half of, where is it? Here. The front half of a monkey and the back half of a fish, and was usually mummified, and it was presented as this mermaid and presented in like sideshows all over. So Fiji mermaids, I made one into a real one, much bigger, kind of like those were the babies, this is the adults. So it's a mermaid that's made of the back half of a fish and the front half of a monkey. I'm always mummifying things like this. Yeah, we all should. That's a beautiful mermaid. And I guess a lot of people are new. Do you guys know the mermaid thing I did? it got me an article on Snopes, which was a highlight. Let me show the mermaid. Who is it? It's Maine. Here it is. It is a more humanoid mermaid. This is my take on a mermaid, and it's a cetacean instead of the usual fish-like mermaids. Just like a whale or a dolphin, but obviously more human, like with webbed hands instead of flippers, and hair and breasts. And then there's people like just holding their hands. It's such a the original picture was like that, like they were just holding their hands in front of a dead whale. And the original picture is so creepy already that just adding the mermaid there made it much better. I love the whale lady. Groups of people and behind something. Yeah. I should make more like this. Just like people posing with something. It's always fun. And it's usually something that's easy to find, because it's very easy to find pictures of groups posing. The idea is to make something interesting with them, right? But groups posing is usually quite easy to find. I also really like this old one from 2020. I say old one, but because it was one of my first horror pieces I did, but not that old in the grand scheme of things. This one, which they're not posing, but they are. I mean, they're doing it for the camera. Yeah, especially this version, this one here. One of my favorite things I've done. Don't hurt the bug. The bug is dead. It's just the exoskeleton that washed up on the beach. Or maybe a mold. It might be a mold. It might be a dead one. It is left unclear, and I will not clear it up because the ambiguity is better. And yeah, I love old pictures of people posing with something, especially if it's creepy. But like in the case of this one, I guess it works. It's like the kid posing as well, so it works in that same vibe. Cute, cute little bugs. I have a whole series of bugs, and I think I have a command for it. In case you wanna. Does the command work? Yes. Megalomorpha. It's my bug series. You guys want to read it? And remind me to save. I mean, it's already been saved since we're done with it. Yeah. Oh god, guys, everyone, thank you for the follows. I missed so many of them after the raid, so it's just a general thank you to all the new folks. Hope you enjoy weird Photoshop horror, because we got a lot of that. Oh, I forgot to show you the one I did yesterday. Huge worms. This one was a thing I made for yesterday's stream, which was my first ever podcast thing. Well, talk show, I don't know how to call it. It's just me inviting other horror artists and talking to them. It's literally just that. And for the challenge, like for the little segment, both Trevor Henderson and me made something based on the same image. So this is my version, and I'll show you Trevor's real quick. And here's Trevor's. Oh, did it? Oh. Weird. Didn't update, but there it is. This is Trevor's. I love looking for a signature. Thank you. It's always fun to hide it. saw Trevor's earlier. I was like, hey, that image looks familiar. Well, it is because Trevor and I we decided on a picture, and then just like without telling each other what we were gonna do, we just each made something and compared. So if you guys go after this stream, you should go to yesterday's VOD and check out or just like go to my main page and see the first video in the featured section. It's the first episode of House of Horrors, which is the name of the podcast. And you can see there the process of how we made it, because we made a little time-lapse video for each of them. We showed it off. So yeah, and here's my signature in case you were wondering. It's always hidden somewhere. Looks like this. So that's why Trevor and I suddenly came up with the same base image for something. We didn't copy each other. And yeah, the next podcast thing is gonna be 2 Sundays from now, so 2 weeks minus 1 day from now, and 26th, right after Christmas, with David Romero, which is an amazing artist. It was like incredible stuff. You might have seen something we worked on together. Actually, I think I have it. Yeah. We worked on this series together, The Order of the New Moon, which was about werewolves. And I won't go into the lore because it's a whole thing, but it's basically like a secret knight's order, but it's werewolves. That's basically it. And how that whole thing happens throughout history, since the time of the Romans until present time. So yeah, this is my artwork. There we go. And this is David's. So yeah, if you like my stuff, you'll love David's. That's mine, and this is David's again. Look at that crowd, so good. Not sure if you saw Worm of the String. Oh yeah, I can show that one. With me? Yes, Worm of the String was a very fun image to make. Just one of those, how do you call these? Just worm on a string, yeah. But in huge, and there's a whole lore about it, like a whole lore thing around it. They're actually in love with the moon, so they escaped containment and went to the highest building they could just to see the moon up close. Richard is his name. Yes. I think he'll get there someday. Everyone wish good luck to Richard. Richard the Worm. Yeah, that was a fun one to make. I made it as a kind of like just to change the tone and do something unexpected that people would get a laugh out of. And this thing got like 3,000 retweets, like something I barely ever. I just gotten that twice. It's probably this, like, I think this is my second most popular piece ever. Okay. On Twitter at least. Richard could take a ride, could be dropped on the moon. Yes, that's true. That's true. We gotta make it happen. Yeah, so I should make some more like these from time to time, just to change the tone. It's fun. I like to subtly drop something unexpected on people. I made this one as well. It's actually a couple scary Furbies. I don't know if I'll be able to find the other one. Yes. One is Long Furby, and the other one is Big Furby. Valdevia Horror Universe. Yeah, let's make that thing. Big Furby was really fun to make. Yeah, I could make these as a little extra thing for stream. That could be fun. Because I don't think the Furbies, I don't think I made on stream. I made them as kind of like little things to cool down after I'm tired one day. I'm just gonna spend half an hour or an hour on this edits and do a silly little thing with a Furby. But I should do that on stream at some point. Oncoming train vibes, yeah. Have you seen our real long Furbies? Yes, I have. It's why I did that super long Furby, but scary. Terry, Richard, and Greg, ultimate crossover. I love how all my characters. We tend to name the things I make, the characters I make on stream, like very, very silly names. So Terry is a meat planet we made. Show you Terry the meat planet. This is Terry. And Richard is the worm you saw. Greg is like another eldritch being. There's a bunch of lore around him. Terry's Pro is my favorite. It's one of my favorite things I've done. But yeah, everyone say hi to Terry, our lovely neighbor in the solar system. Little meat planet. It means no harm, it's just vibing. Greg enjoys tuna sandwiches, that is true. That is canon. So yeah, I don't think I have much more to show. Thank you everybody. Thanks for the raid again, that's fantastic. Just vibing and being meat. Exactly. I love horrors that are like just vibing, that mean no harm to us, and that if they do harm, it's just by accident. We can keep going, yeah. No, but it's getting late, seriously. And we've been going for 6 hours, so I think I'll call it a night. Guys, it's been a blast. It's been a very fun stream. I love making this little piece. You'll see it probably tomorrow. On Twitter, social media in general, so give it a follow if you want to see it and see all the lore I'll write around it. It's not gonna be a lot, but it's gonna be a little tweet of explanation of what goes on here. So yeah, guys, have a great night. I will see you on Wednesday for sure, maybe tomorrow for a short gaming stream, we'll see, but Wednesday for sure. And until then, you guys take care.